Good morning. In accordance with Section 45 and 53 of the Planning Act 1990 as amended, this meeting of the Committee of Adjustment of the City of Toronto is called to order. The Committee of Adjustment consider applications for variances from the provincial of the zoning that applies to the property, permission to extend or alter lawful non-conforming uses, and also consent to survey property to create new lots. My name is Yim Chen. I will chair today's meeting. I'd like to also introduce our panel member today. From my far left is Ms. Lasila West and Mr. Philip Goss and Mr. Paul Gauguin and also Mr. Peter Reed. And our Deputy Secretary Treasurer today is Ms. Nicole Ivanov. I also would like to acknowledge that the land we are meeting on is the traditional territory of many nations, including the Mississaugas of the Credit, the Anasazi, the Chippewa, the Haudenosaunee, and the Wendat peoples, and is now home to many diverse First Nations, Inuit, Métis people. We all also acknowledge that Toronto is covered by Treaty 13 with the Mississaugas of the Credit. Committee of Adjustment public hearings are now conducted in a hybrid in-person and virtual format. Some applicants and participants will make their submissions in person, and others will participate virtually by electronic means through WebEx, an online digital platform. The meetings are also streamed on the Toronto City Planning YouTube channel, and anyone wishing to view the hearing might watch on YouTube. Those who want to participate virtually and have registered in advance will be connected with their computer, tablet, smartphone, or telephone, and have the options of participating via video or audio only. All virtual participants will automatically be muted on entry. When your item is called, you will be unmuted by the moderator, one person at a time. We ask that you also mute your devices until you're called to speak. Those participating by video appearance will be temporarily upgraded to panelists when your item is being held. During this time, your camera will be enabled, and you will only be visible during your 5 minutes speaking time. At all other times, your video will be disabled, and you will be reinstated as attendee. For both in-person and virtual participants, Committee of Adjustment staff will share presentations submitted in accordance with the written submission deadline. Those participating through WebEx are not allowed to use share screen or any other panelist control during a video appearance. The host will remove you from the panelist role if you fail to respect this instruction. Receiving a copy of a decision of the committee, people attending in person today who want to receive a copy of the decision of committee on an application must fill out a decision request card, and those participating virtually need to submit a written request for the decision by email. Please ensure that you include your name, address, and email address because the Committee of Adjustment and the Toronto Local Appeal Board, the TLABs, will be sending notifications and appeal updates by email. If you do not agree with the decision of the committee, you may be able to appeal the decision to the Toronto Local Appeal Body, the TLAB, or in some limited circumstances to the Ontario Land Tribunal. However, the provincial government amended the Planning Act and January removed rights of the third party to appeal Committee of Adjustment decisions. Only the applicant, the Minister of Municipal Affairs and Housing, specified persons and public bodies, as those terms are defined in the Planning Act, are permitted to appeal decisions of the Committee of Adjustment. Appeal instructions are set out at the bottom of the decision of the committee. The hearing procedure will be as follows. I will call each item in the order listed on the agenda. When making your submissions, where an application is uncontested, the agent or applicant may proceed with the presentation if desired. When the committee does not require a presentation, applicants are to advise the chair should they wish to speak to the committee. The committee may ask questions or take the matter into committee for decision. Each speaker, including the applicant or agent, will be given a maximum of 5 minutes to address the committee, and I will comment when you are reaching your 5 minutes. Any presentation or other material you wish to submit to the committee must have been emailed in advance of the hearing. Staff and committee members cannot accept materials at the hearing. When addressing the committee, please clearly state your name and address. Please remember to confine your remarks to the matters outlined in the application. The applicant or agent will proceed first and will make a presentation to the committee on the application. Please note, the committee may not entertain revisions to proposals at the hearing today. The committee may decide to defer the application if substantially revised to ensure the revised application is accurate and that all those entitled to notice of the application are informed of their changes. Then individuals either in support or opposed to the application will be invited to speak. Generally, we will call the speakers in the hearing room and then those participating through WebEx. Committee members may ask questions of each speaker after they have finished their presentation. When all speakers are finished, the applicant or agent has an opportunity to rebut only those issues that were raised by the speakers. This will mark the end of the discussion. The application will then be taken into committee for decision. We would like to know whether there's conflict of interest from the panel members or from staff today. This morning session, yeah.
Good morning, Madam Chair and panel members. I see no declarations of interest from staff or members.
Okay. And also, do we have a few deferral requests or?
Through you, Madam Chair, we can start with minutes. There are no minutes to adopt for today. Okay. And there are no files to be closed or withdrawn for today.
Yes.
With respect to deferral requests, we do have 2 deferral requests for this morning agenda, yes, which is item number 1, municipal address of 666 Gerrard Street East, file number A0387/24TEY. Mm-hmm. In addition, there is a deferral request for item 19, municipal address of 448 COSBURN Avenue, file number A0590/24TEY.
Okay. The applicants or the agents are here for both items. We can deal with them now, right?
Through you, Madam Chair, we'll just confirm if we have the agent on the line for item number 1.
Okay.
Through Madam Chair, the agent for number 1 is not online, but the homeowners are here, and the agent for the second deferral item is online.
Okay.
Through you, Madam Chair, perhaps we give a few more minutes for the agent of item 1. We can start with deferral item 19.
Okay. Let's have the agent for number 19. Connected. Yeah.
Ketul Shah, you've been unmuted.
It's 448 COSBURN Avenue. Yeah.
Through you, Madam Chair, do you want to still read the purpose of the application?
Yeah, probably. Yeah, we should. Let me get it. 19. Sorry.
And the materials.
Yes. The purpose for this application is to alter the existing 2-story semi-detached dwelling by constructing a rear 2-story addition. The existing rear deck and stairs and rear detached garage will be maintained. We receive on this file a copy of survey, site plan, floor plans, elevations, revised site plan, floor plan, elevations, and also a red line zoning notice, 4 photographs of the property, deferral request from the agent, and decision affecting the subject property, and also Ontario Municipal Board decision affecting the property. Yeah. That's one.
Through you, Madam Chair, we've unmuted the agent. Ketul Shah, are you there?
Yes, I am. Good morning.
Yes. So we know that you're making a request to defer this case. Can you tell us the reasons why, please? Yeah.
Correct. Yeah. Following our discussion with the planning department, we revised the drawings, and then there was not enough time to recirculate it, so we decided to defer it for this hearing, and we request to be rescheduled for the next one.
Okay. Yeah. Thank you. That's good. Do we have any other persons want to speak to the deferral?
Through you, Madam Chair, there are no registered speakers for this item.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much. We're going to take it to the panel for decision on the deferral request. Yes, Peter. Yeah.
Thanks, Chair. I think this is a reasonable request to defer, so I move that we defer this application.
And 1 second. Yeah. Paul, second. All in favor to defer? Is all in favor to defer? Yeah. Yeah. Okay, do we get the agent for number 1 back online?
Through you, Madam Chair, I haven't been able to receive a response from the agent, so perhaps the homeowners who are present in the room can speak to the deferral request.
Yes.
And through you, Madam Chair, you can read the purpose and the materials received for that item.
Yep. Yes. Item number 1 is 666 GERRARD Street East. The purpose for this application is to alter the existing 2-story detached dwelling by constructing a rear 3-story addition, a front basement walkout, and an east side 3rd-story balcony. The building will contain a total of 5 residential dwelling units. We have received a copy of survey site plan, floor plan elevations, 4 photographs of the property, and also we received comment from transportation engineering, and also we received a letter of concern or interest from 61 Simpson Avenue. Yeah. So you're the owner of the,
Yes.
Can you tell us why you will ask for the deferral, please?
Yeah, due to the latest change to the proposal, so in response to the concern raised by the city in the proposal review, so yeah, we request for the deferral for the latest possible days.
Yeah, so you were in communication with the planning staff?
Yes.
After that, you decide to?
So our COA already, our architecture already sent a letter to the COA, so
That's good.
and they still got it already. So
Thank you very much. Okay. All right. So we're in committee. There's no, that's right. Any
Through
other
you, Madam Chair, there are no speakers for this item.
for the deferral? We only discussing the deferral request. Okay. Yep.
Madam Chair, yeah, I think the request is reasonable. It's a complex application and would benefit from the applicant putting together a kind of an updated application for staff. So I recommend we approve the deferral.
Okay. Anyone second that? Peter second. And all in favor for the deferral? All in favor. Thank you. It's deferred. Thank you. Yeah, we'll see you again.
thank you, dear. Thank you very
you.
much. I appreciate it.
Yeah. So now we can move to item number 2, 109 LAPPIN Avenue. The purpose for this application is to permit the 1-story auxiliary building, which is a detached garage with a gable roof in the rear yard, abutting the laneway. And it was constructed without an authorizing building permit. We received a copy of survey site plan, floor plan elevations, 10 photographs of the property, and a cover letter from the applicant. Decision affecting the property, the subject property, and also we received 7 signature petition in support, signed by 93, 99, and all on LAPPIN Street. Yeah. Avenue, sorry.
Through you, Madam Chair, we have no registered speakers for this item.
So we have the agent for, yes, please. Yeah. Yes.
George DeCuna, you can unmute yourself.
Yes. I'm in here. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you, yeah. Can you
You hear
state your first and last name and your
Okay.
address?
Yeah. Okay, good morning, Madam Chair.
You are a little bit.
Good morning, members of the committee.
You're a little bit.
My name is George Dacuna.
Can you
I'm
speak?
representing the
Can you
homeowner-
speak into your mic more? We can't hear
Yes,
you.
yes.
Okay.
My name
Yes.
is George Dacuna. Can you hear me? Yeah, my name is George Dacuna. I represent the homeowner of 109 LAPPIN Avenue, who went for the committee. Actually, we applied for the preliminary review. This garage exists since the homeowner bought the house in 2010. So they tried to renovate the garage. In order to renovate it, you had to apply for the preliminary review as well as the committee. So we'd like to get a clearance from the committee to legalize this garage.
Okay, I think we have read all the material. I think I know why it came about that you have to come to us. So, do you have any questions to the speaker?
Yeah, because of the
Yeah, we have read your presentation or your letter. Okay, thank you. You have anything else you want to address the panel? We are ready to move into discussion now.
No, basically no. You like to.
Okay, thank you. We are in committee.
I was just going to say, I think it's pretty straightforward to legalize a garage that they've built. And it also just seems to be some issues that came up during construction, so there even seems to be a reason why they didn't come to us in advance.
Yes.
Site conditions sometimes affect things, so I see no reason not to permit this.
Yeah.
So for those reasons, certainly, and even the variance itself is a very minor height variance, so I would move to approve this.
Yes. Yes, Ms. West. Oh, it's a second. All in favor with no conditions, right? Approve with no conditions, yeah. Item number 3 is 116 Darcy Street. The purpose for this application is to alter the existing 2-unit, 2-story townhouse by constructing a basement suite, a front basement walkout and stairs, and a front porch with stairs. There will be a total of 3 residential dwellings on this lot. We have received a survey site plan, floor plans, elevations, 3 photographs of the property, cover letter from the agent, and decision affecting the subject property. We also received a comment from transportation, traffic planning development review, and we have received 13 signatures petition in support of the application. Yeah.
Through you, Madam Chair, we have no registered speakers for this item, and we will unmute the agent.
Good morning.
Yes, good morning.
Good morning, Madam Chair and members of the committee. My name is Branko Mladeno. I am the architect responsible for design, and I am representing.
Can you tell us?
client.
Can you give us your address too? Your own address, yeah.
314 Vaughan Road.
Can you get to the staff? Get it? 314
Vaughan Road.
Mon Road.
Vaughan Road.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Got it. Yeah. Okay. You do not have any proposition want to speak, and also you have like 13 signature to support you. So I'm going to check with the panel whether they want to have a presentation first. Yeah. No. Yeah. No. And what about questions?
I do have a question.
Yes, we do not require a presentation from you, but we do have a question.
Yes.
So I think I understand it based on your presentation, but I just wanted to ask the question. The variances that seem kind of the largest have to do with the reduction to soft landscaping in the front. So can you maybe explain why that has to be the case and what mitigates that?
as I wrote in our cover letter, the front yard area is extremely small, and there is no way that we can comply with required like landscaped area and soft landscape area. Yes. Yard landscape area existing is only 2.39 square meters, and front yard area is 5.2 square meters. Front yard landscaping area is 46%, and soft landscaping area is 36%. So on page 3 of 7, you can see dimensions. So front yard area is 4.32 meters by 1.73, and we have porch with only 2 steps, and this is the only way that we can have access to the building. So this existing condition is very, very, how can I say, restricted. And I explained also on page 4 of 7, we provided a study, for example, in the ground floor. If we didn't have a walkout for the basement, then we have to provide a corridor in access to have access to stairs to the basement. And in that case, we came with a very, very small width of the room, which is like 1.65 meters. It is like, you know, long corridor. It's not usable for any other activity. So on page 4 of 7, in figure number 3, now we have shown when we come down that in the basement we don't have stairs, and we can provide a lot of daylight, which is also critical other ways, because we will have a glazing on the 2 windows and door will be glazed. And on the next page 5, you can see now that we got a lot in the living dining room, eliminating this huge corridor. So after that, we sent this proposal to the city planner. We discussed how to solve this, and because with this new walkout, we reduced actually soft landscaping area. And also there was issue, as it is shown on number 5 figure, that our setback from east property line was only 0.2, but required is 0.6. And here, with this first option, we provided landscape area only 12%. So after that, we did like second option. So we changed the shape of the basement walkout. It's not L as it used to be. Now it is like U shape. And in that case, on east property line, we provided like 0.87 meters, requires 0.6. And we provided 20% of the landscaping, comparing to the previous 12%.
Thank you. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Actually, I do have another question, maybe to you, and also for to our Deputy Secretary's treasurer. Is that I noticed that the proposed front stairs is actually encroaching beyond their property line. They're building on maybe city property, boulevard. First of all, I would like to ask the applicant, have you discussed this with the community planning or the zoning staff, that do they require you to apply for encroachment permit? Or
yes, and we sent all this to the transportation services.
No, no, you're building beyond your property line. I'm not talking about transportation. Transportation, we're not looking at that, right? The whole stairs almost is beyond your property. And my question to also, can we actually approve this plan that showing is outside the property?
Through you, Madam Chair. So the committee can only approve up to a 0-meter setback to the lot line, which is what the variance is before you. So that's what you're considering. You would be approving the 0-meter lot line. You cannot approve something beyond that. And we don't have any comments from community planning officially on this.
But I would mention, Madam Chair, that, and it makes a bit of sense of the applicant's comments, but the Transportation Services has actually asked, are the ones that asked us to put in that condition that they apply for a permit to encroach. I don't know why it's transportation, that's the one that's asked for it, but the transportation staff report asks for that condition.
They only have to apply to transportation?
It says receive approval for the permit basement walkout beyond the front property line.
Okay, as
on
long
City
as
Boulevard.
it is covered by some approval process, I guess we okay. I just worry that we never is our allowed to say you can build beyond your property line. Okay, that clears it for me. Thank you. And any other questions for the applicant? Okay, we don't have any more questions for you. And then now we are in committee. Yeah.
Chair, I can bring a motion. I think the applicant's description of the variances and why they're required was a good one. And though the soft yard landscaping variances look large, they're really about very small portions of land. And the boulevard is quite greened, I think, in their proposal. And what this results in is another rental unit that has decent light. And I think it's a relatively common pattern of development in this area. And I think it's a good project. So I move approval of the application subject to the transportation condition for the encroachment agreement.
Okay, yeah, Philip.
I just was going to second the motion.
Yeah, okay, Philip second, and then all in favor with that condition. All in favor with conditions. Approved, thank you very much. Yeah. Item number 4 is 41 Wallace Avenue. The application's purpose is to convert the existing 3-story detached dwelling into a 4-plex by constructing a rear 3-story addition, front and rear 3rd-story balconies, and a rear 2nd-story balcony and a rear ground floor deck. The existing front 2nd-story balcony will be maintained. There will be a total of 4 residential dwellings on this lot. We received a survey, site plan, floor plan elevations, 5 photographs of trees of the property, covering letter from the owner, and also covering letter from the agent. We have also received correspondence from one community solution, and we have received letter from Network Child Care Services, and also from 60 Wallace Avenue, and 20 signature petition in support. We also received opposition from 58 Wallace Avenue.
Through you, Madam Chair, we do have the agent online, and we had a registered speaker in interest at 39 Wallace Avenue, but they have indicated to staff that they will just be observing.
Oh, okay.
So unless they've changed their mind.
58, yeah.
Okay, so do we have anybody in the audience that wishes to speak on this item? Please come up to the podium if you wish to speak. You won't be speaking yet, but when you're asked to, you can come up, sorry.
Okay.
Okay. Through you, Madam Chair. So we'll call on them to speak when it's the appropriate time.
Okay, sure. Let's have the agent or the applicant, please. Yeah, thank you.
Mohammed, you've been unmuted.
Yes, sir, I am available. I live at 2196 Britannia Road West, and I'm acting as agent of the owner.
Can you give us your first and last name and your address for the record, please?
Yeah, my first name is Muhammad, and last name is Afzal, and my address is 2196 Britannia Road West, Mississauga.
Okay, thank you. Since you have some people here interested in your application, can you give us a 5-minute presentation? Thank you.
Yes.
Yeah.
This proposal is for the conversion of a three-story single-family dwelling into fourplex building, and we are making a 10-foot 6-inch addition at the rear side of the property for all the 3 floors, and then we are providing a small deck at the rear, and then 2 balconies at the rear. And also, we are proposing a balcony at the front elevation on the 3rd floor. Of course, this balcony is in line with the existing balcony at the 2nd floor. We have tried to meet the zoning bylaw requirement. The height is in control, floor area is in control, and the lot coverage is also controlled. However, there are certain requirements of bylaw which we cannot meet because of the construction proposal and site restriction. First is the front rear yard setback. It should be 7.5 meter, but in reality, after our proposal, it is 6.74 for the main wall, and it is 5.18 meter for these platform at the rear, from the rear property line. Similarly, the setback on the side, on the unattached side, is 0.45 meter, but we have provided 0.3 meter setback, 6-inch difference to the west lot line. And then the zoning notice says that this setback deficiency is only for these platforms, not for the main building. Because the main building, existing main building walls are just at the property line, and we are extending those walls to make the rear addition. Also, there is another regarding the balcony at the 3rd floor, we need to the code requires a setback 1.5 meter from the building, but since the balcony at the ground floor and 2nd floor, these are 5.4 meter into the front yard setback. So the new balcony at the 3rd floor is set at the same setback of 5.4 meter. These are 3 very small variances. The planning, the provincial government guideline which calls for doing the intensification and making the best use of this built-up area, we are meeting that intent, and we are trying to provide maximum 4 units there. Similarly, these variances are very minor, and these, in general, these meet the intent of the zoning bylaw. Mm-hmm. The creation of these 4 units will add into the value of the property, will be very beneficial for the neighborhood, and will help in making up the living unit deficiencies.
Yeah, thank you.
This is all.
Your 5 minutes is up. Do you want to make a quick summation, or you have finished your presentation?
Yeah, I have almost finished, and this is our view that this proposal is very beneficial both for the owner as well as the neighbors there. Also, it helps create more residential units to provide affordable housing to the people, to our people.
Thank you. Yeah.
Yeah, thank you.
So we have one more speaker. Yeah, thank you.
Through you, Madam Chair. So the speaker that wishes to speak to this item, you can come up to the podium, please. And we'll have you state your name and address for the record.
Good morning. My name is David Hardy, and I'm a resident at 58 Wallace Avenue, which is right across the street from 41. We have been resident for 27 years in this neighborhood. Our neighbor, with whom we have very good relations, I'd like to add, there's no malice or intent in my...
Can you can we start the clock?
Oh,
please.
I'm sorry. I won't need it. I'm not going to...
No, it's fine. We just, just in case.
Okay, thanks.
I have to... Thank you very much. Yeah, sorry for
our concern, and we've had a conversation with our neighbor to this effect, is that for the 27 years we've lived there, and he's lived there virtually the same amount of time, there have been numerous projects begun and unfinished, and the result is that we have a virtual construction site across the street from our house for the past 27 years. And I know that this is not necessarily speaking to what this committee is about, but what concerns me is that with building permits and variance requests, there's no accountability to actually ever completing the work. So we have resulted in some modifications that my neighbors undertaken that were permitted, some that haven't been, that were never completed, and the result is that we have a home in our neighborhood that is full of construction equipment and frequently cars parked on the front lot and so forth. So our concern really is that the neighborhood is a residential neighborhood. There is no other existing large facility. There are some apartments in single family dwelling houses that have been converted for sure. But this will be a significant increase in the size of the property on the lot. And I know that there have been some allowances to ensure that the trees on the site are protected. That's hugely important in our neighborhood, which is very, very poorly treed in the first place. But we just want to know that that this is really necessary to make this property larger, and that where my neighbor has the ability to renovate his house into a fourplex already, that's established, that the job will get done. And that's not something we're going to answer here, but I just wanted to publicly, again, make a plea to my neighbor that whatever work he's going to do gets done in a reasonable amount of time, and we don't have another decade of construction site across the street. Mm-hmm. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yeah. And any question to this speaker? Yes, okay. Let's get the agents back. Can you respond to the concerns that just been raised by the previous speaker, please? Yeah.
Yes, I have listened to the concerns, and as far as I know, there are the owner tried to get the building permit immediately before starting the work. But, for the last 5-6 years, the situation of the housing and then Corona came, and now the market, it's very difficult to get by the required financials from the banks due to high mortgage rate and other things. There may be some delay in executing the already allowed works, but definitely once he get this permit, he will start with its full force and effect, and probably the owner will not have the problem of not completing the jobs in time. And regarding the need for fourplex, and everybody knows that this is the need of the hour. And also, most of the building is already in place, and there will not be very much construction time involved, and there will not be very much big construction activities occur at that place. So being a good neighbor is the responsibility of everybody, and I will advise my client as well to take care of the concerns of his neighbor. But probably these concerns are more than a social things, and the minor variance which we are requesting is not relevant to these concerns, in my opinion.
Okay, you finished? Thank you.
Yes, I am finished.
Yeah, thank you. Yes. Any other, no other speakers? So we are in committee now. Yeah. Yes.
So I think the neighbors' comments were put pretty well. It's nice to see that he understands that it's not construction issues are not actually before the committee, and so he recognized that and sort of wanted to make his point to his neighbors. I would say, well, it's true that a zoning variance, there's no time limit to it, and same thing to building permits in Toronto. If there are issues with how a property is maintained, there you can still contact 311, and there's property standards as well that can deal with that. Now, I think things are always better to work out between neighbors, but I just wanted to mention that there is recourse if that's an issue. That now, in terms of the actual application, though, I think it's also nice to see there's a lot of support in the neighborhood. We have a lot of correspondence and support. The variances themselves are quite small in terms of their size. I think enabling this fourplex here, especially on a corner lot, is an appropriate use of the site, and so I find this meets the four tests. I think it's in keeping with all the policies.
I also like to add your earlier comment about the site. Of course, the time that is in construction, we cannot really comment on that, except that the site is expected, or the owner is expected to keep it always safe from for the public. If you see anything that you consider unsafe, where the fence is down or something, you should call 311 and have an inspector to come down to look at it. So, okay, Philip has a motion.
Those were comments, but I'm happy to turn it into a motion and say for those reasons I move to approve it.
Anyone want to more comment and or second the motion? I'll second that. Yeah, Peter will second, and all in favor with no conditions, I guess. Paul, you would like to make a comment?
Just one comment.
Yes, please.
One comment is that one of the things that's, even though we don't want to endorse any undocumented or unapproved alterations to a building, if this does get approved and go through the building permit process, I think that will bring a higher level of scrutiny upon the existing building to make sure it's compliant with safety and building codes and related work. So it's very welcome that they're getting this approval, so then they can subsequently get the correct approvals for building permits. Mm-hmm. And meet the minimum city standards for safety.
Yes, that's a very good comment. Yes, so we have a motion and we have a second to the motion. All in favor? All in favor? Approved. Thank you very much. It's approved. Yeah. Okay. The next item is item 5, 114 EATON Avenue. The purpose for this application is to alter the existing one-story detached dwelling by constructing a complete second-story addition and a rear two-story addition and a south side two-story addition and an integral garage and a front porch with stairs and a rear second floor deck with stairs and a front second-story balcony. and a rear basement walkout. Also to construct interior alteration to convert the dwelling into a duplex. There will be 2 residential dwelling in this new proposal. We receive a copy of survey site plan, floor plans, and elevations, revised site plan, floor plans and elevations, and 3 photographs of the property and corresponding from the agent. We've also received comment from third party from Metrolinx and advisory comments, and we have received letter of concern from 116 Eaton Avenue. Yeah.
Through you, Madam Chair, we do not have any registered speakers to this item, so we will unmute the agent. However, I note, given that there were revised plans submitted, perhaps the agent can start by addressing if any of their variances have been changed or amended and what the reason for those revised plans were.
Yes.
Faizan, you've been unmuted.
Good morning, honorable members of the committee. My name is Faizan Akhtar of FA Engineering, and I'm here on behalf of the owners of 114 Eaton Avenue.
Have you given us your own address for the record?
Yeah, the address is 1237 Woodbine Avenue, Toronto, Ontario, M4C4E5.
Okay, thank you. Yes.
We are here before the committee for the scope of work here is basically a rear and a second floor addition with an integral garage, converting the existing dwelling into a duplex.
Yeah, just wait a second. Let me check whether we require a presentation from you first. But can you also just address the first question raised is that you have some revised plans. Can you tell us why they have been revised, and are they different from the original ones? Yeah.
So community planning requested the water drainage issue to be labeled on the site plan, and we've labeled it as water drainage to be away from the neighboring property.
Okay, and that's the why you
the main reason. Yeah, water drainage to be away from the neighboring property so the water drainage is going to be towards the front and towards the back.
Okay, thank you very much. Now I'm going to check with the panel members whether they require a presentation from you first. No, yeah, we do not have any, we do not have require presentation, but we might have some questions. Let's see. Do we have any questions? Okay, we do not have any questions. We are ready to move it into discussion. Do you have anything you specifically you want to address the panel before we do that?
Not really. Please go ahead with the committee.
Thank you very much. We are in committee now. Yeah. Oh, yes, Paul.
Sorry about that. I'd like to move this motion, but also some comments. I find the variance is minor in nature. It's also quite compatible with existing changes that have happened in the neighborhood as well. And the fact that there's no, there is correspondence in concern, but again, I still feel that the variances are minory. And so I recommend we approve with, I think there's a Metrolinx advisory, but I don't think it's a condition.
It's not condition, yeah, it's just
as submitted with revised plans.
Yes, okay. Yes, anyone second? Miss West, she has her hand first. Yeah. So Miss West, second, all in favor? Approve unanimously. Thank you very much. Approve, yeah. So the next item is number 6, is number 2 Westmount Avenue. The purpose is of this application is to convert the existing detached garage and then into a 2-story garden suite by constructing a 2nd-story addition with a cantilever on the east side. This is located at the rear of the existing 2.5-story, 3-unit detached main house. Also to construct a 2-car parking spaces. One of each will be undersized space. There will be 4 residential dwelling on the lot. We receive a copy of survey site plan floor plans and revised site plan floor plans and elevations, and a red line public notice on 6 photographs of trees and cover letter from the agent, decision affecting the subject property, and the TLAP order affecting the property. Corresponding from the agent, planning justification from the agent, and also presentation material from the agent. And we have received comment from community planning and also from transportation. And that's all we have. Yes.
Through you, Madam Chair, we have the agent here in person, and we have no registered speakers to this item. I will note that a red line public notice was received from the agent in the late materials, so perhaps the agent, for the record, can just start by going through their changes to the application.
Yes, yes. I think maybe we should do that. And just give us your name and
Good morning, members of the committee, Madam Chair. My name is Keith O'Brien of 591 Coxwell, and I'm the agent for the owner of 2 Westmount Avenue. Just wanted to start a minor correction, although it may be material. The description of the project, among other things, says the construction of 2 new parking spaces. That's not correct. It's actually to retain 2 existing. Existing, yeah. It seems like we're making a parking lot. That's not the case. Happy to go through those changes that we made to the proposal after our meeting with planning. I prepared 4 slides. If we can bring that up, that might be the best way to communicate what those changes were.
But we're going to go back.
There you go.
Yeah.
Yeah, so there's the site plan. If you wanted to bring that up full screen, we could see it better. Not sure if you can, but in any event, on that site plan, you can see the lighter green shade. That is the existing soft landscaping, and the darker green shade, that's the proposed soft landscaping. Okay. We had originally planned to provide new soft landscaping that's in the form of that sort of vertical section underneath the eastern cantilever. And after discussion with planning, we agreed to add even more soft landscaping. So the shape that looks like a sideways letter T, that's the portion that has been revised. So we're bringing up our soft landscaping from 7%, which is what the existing is, up to 19%. That's our official ask. But understanding and of course planning acknowledges that the additional soft landscaping underneath that cantilever functions as soft landscaping, and all told we have an effective soft landscaping of 34%, but the official revised is to 19%. And then the next slide that I have there speaks to the other change. So the height has been revised. So on this slide, you can see at the bottom of that image there, that's the proposed elevation, and you can see the dotted lines that represent the as-of-right massing. And so we've brought down the height down to 5.28 meters. That's the new ask. So we brought it down by over half a meter, and it has the effect of improving that angular plane condition. And it just, I guess, to drive that point home, the next 2 slides are renderings there. That's the as-of-right massing, and then the last slide is the proposed massing. And I think, and I hope you'll agree, that our proposed is in fact less massive and more architecturally pleasing. Mm-hmm. So those are the changes that came out of our discussions with planning, and we were happy to make those changes.
Through the chair to the agent, we just need to have those numbers officially stated by you on the record with the public hearing notice. So we'll
certainly,
just have that on the screen, and if you can just also say the landscaping number in meters square.
Yeah, let's go through on the agenda. The item variance number 1, you changed the.
Yeah, so that red line public notice should have the and I'm sorry I can't see that far, but yeah, I think it's item number 1. So it's revised to 19 square meters, and that is 19%, and in square meters, that's 12.26 square meters.
Yeah, we got that one.
And then the height, I think that's number 4?
Number 5.
Number 5?
Yeah.
Oh, my eyes. So the original ask was 5.79. It's been revised to 5.28 meters.
Yes, thank you. Yeah, and also it seems that the transportation the transportation have a report to ask us to refuse variance number 11, which you explained that it's already, these are existing spaces.
Yeah, so the parking, I'd like to talk to that if you don't mind. In many ways, the parking condition sort of informs the narrative of how this massing was developed. So the existing condition is, and I don't know if you can bring up that rendering, the proposed rendering, it just might be helpful to visualize on the screen. The existing condition is there's a garage there, and there's a regular kind of garage door, and the cars park on that driveway in front of the garage. It's not required that we retain any parking on site, but it benefits no one to force those cars to compete for parking spaces elsewhere in the community. It should be pointed out that it's illegal to park on Regal Road on the north side, so those cars wouldn't be able to park in front of the proposed garden suite. So it benefits no one to force that parking elsewhere, so it was determined that 2 parking spots should remain on site. Now, the ideal scenario would have been let those cars continue to park on the driveway, develop the entirety of the ground floor and a smaller second floor into our proposed 3-bedroom garden suite. However, consultation with Boulevard Parking revealed that if we did that, if we removed those parking spots, it would now be illegal to park on that driveway because they do not lead to a legal parking spot. So parking would be completely removed from the site. So it was determined instead that the best course of action was to develop a bigger second floor and a partial ground floor that would allow us to retain 2 legal parking spots, albeit one of those non-required spots would be shorter in length, and that's the variance that we're requesting. And we think that it is a good trade-off here in order to provide a much-needed 3-bedroom unit while sacrificing a bit of parking length for one of these non-required spaces. And it should be pointed out that there are plenty of cars that actually would fit in those spaces. In that space, I've identified 19 cars available for sale in Canada right now that would fit. And those that would be a little bit longer, they would extend onto that driveway, and they would do so legally. The driveway is in fact 4.7 meters long, so it's still plenty of distance away from the public right-of-way and the sidewalk. And the end result would be, instead of cars parking on that driveway, now they would be pulled fully into that covered carport. So we believe this is an overall improvement to the existing condition and has the great benefit of helping out the housing situation in Toronto. And we believe that the end result, massing, is actually quite compatible with the existing built form in the neighborhood. We think that it's architecturally pleasing, and we hope you do too.
Thank you. But the transportation report, it seems that it's they worry about the length is still, if they say non-functional, but you say that it is functional.
I think that it's quite functional, and I understand that transportation services, they need to sort of look through their own specific purview when they're evaluating a variance. I'd like to take a more holistic approach to looking at it, and I think planning does as well, and sort of weighs the trade-offs, and come to the conclusion, at least I do, and I think planning does as well, that this is not only an acceptable trade-off, but it's something that we should applaud. It seems inconsequential that a non-required parking spot be shorter than it needs to be, even though it's still quite functional, and the degree to which a car might extend further beyond, they would do so over a driveway where it's legal to park anyway. It seems like not a very contentious variance to approve from where I sit, but I understand that transportation services, they've sort of got their own.
Their interpretation is that if you said that you're going to park on the driveway, I do not think that's what they think. They think that will classify as a front yard parking if you have to park on the driveway.
Yeah, and that's not what we're applying for.
Sure that you don't have a front yard parking space.
No, that's not what we're applying for here. And our discussion with Boulevard Parking, Blake Webb of Boulevard Parking, assures us that if there's conditions to parking on a driveway, and one of those is the driveway needs to lead to a legal parking space. There's others, like you can't be within a foot of the sidewalk, and of course in this instance we would be like 10 plus feet from the sidewalk. So it's I don't want to minimize the fears of transportation services, but I feel like we've mitigated all of those, and our proposal, the end result would be something that's in fact a great improvement on the existing condition.
Thank you. Yeah, please, go ahead. We have questions.
You mentioned planning staff, and are you aware of their proposed condition to tie things to certain aspects of the plans, and you have no concerns with that?
None whatsoever.
Okay, great, thanks.
Yes, any more questions? Yeah. Now, we don't have any more questions. We are in committee now. So my comment, if transportation is so concerned about front yard parking space will not be granted the permit, I mean, maybe we have a note to say that we have a front yard parking space is not approved or not permitted, something like that?
Personally, I was pretty convinced by the arguments of the applicant's agent.
We don't need to have
yeah, because my father-in-law has a smart car, like that would easily fit in that spot.
Yeah,
there are other reasons, and if the boulevard parking then is allowed because we legalized the spot, I don't actually see that as a problem.
The applicant is aware that it's not permitted use a front yard parking space. Just be aware of that. Yeah.
I just maybe have a question for the applicant. Why?
Can you speak?
Oh, sorry, my fault. Sorry, this may be something we open up and go back. Why request a non-compliant space if it's not required?
Right.
Yeah. So that if we open it up from committee,
happy to answer that. Yeah. So at the moment there are 2 spots. Right. And if we were to remove one of those spots, what we would be doing is forcing one of those cars to fight for parking elsewhere in the neighborhood. And since it's illegal to park on the north side of Regal Road, they would be adding to the on-street parking burden. By providing us 2 spots on site, what we're in fact doing is not increasing that burden, but we're also retaining the opportunity to provide a charging station for an electrical vehicle, something that can't happen on the street. So we'd at the very least like to retain the 2 parking spots that exist there now, because it just benefits the neighborhood as well as the tenants.
Okay, thank you.
I'd also say I think it's a bit of a loophole. If you read the transportation report, what they're saying is you couldn't get a front yard permit, which I think is true. but it is legal to park in a front yard if your front yard leads to a legal parking space. So if we approve this, by making that substandard space a legal parking space, they will be permitted to park in the front yard. So, I mean, that is the consideration. We can say, no, that's not something we want to do. But on the whole, I look at this application and I think it's a pretty creative use of the space to create a very large garden suite, which is supportable. The direct next door neighbors are one of the ones that wrote a letter in support. And the other thing that convinced me a little is the fact that there isn't street parking in that area. So it's not as though if we remove the boulevard cut, that would effectively create the parking. I think it's true that if you remove this parking, it's just gone from the area.
Yes, I just like to make a couple more comments. Yeah, I agree with you. I sort of not think it will increase the impact since it's an existing condition. Second, I'd like to also mention that usually for garden suite, we are very particular in terms of the 45-degree angular plane. But in this case, I think the site itself have that kind of advantage because it's a corner site. And it seems that it can actually allow increase, give you more opportunity to develop a bigger garden suite because it's actually facing a street and probably improve the streetscape quite a bit. And also the third point I want to point out is that they do not have any oppositions for the proposal. I think that probably the angular plane is not going to create negative impact. Yeah.
Well, and I would also add that the party that the angular plane might impact is actually that neighbor that has written in support of the applications.
Yeah, that's right.
Because the angular plane would protect to the west of the site, and that's the neighbor that wrote in support. So.
Yes, that's what I noticed too. Yeah, because those bylaws are set up is for the protection of the neighboring property. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, Peter. Yeah.
I'd just add, I think that I agree. I think the parking is a good workaround. I think that it reflects what's happening now, and it's a smart approach to secure that. I'd like to commend the applicant on the materials. I think that as of right drawing versus the proposed drawing really does show that the net impact of what's being proposed is acceptable, and I think it's an excellent project, and particularly because of the context. It's surrounded by other garages, so I think that impact of any of the variances that would affect the properties around it are limited. So I think it's great.
Would anyone want to turn it into a motion?
I'd turn it into a motion. I'd say I put forward a motion to approve the application as amended with the two variances amended and subject to the community planning condition.
Community planning only, yeah.
Only, yeah.
Okay.
Through you, Madam Chair, to Member Reid, do you wish to also amend the purpose to reflect to retain two existing parking spaces, one of which is undersized, instead of to construct two new?
Sure.
Yes, I think we've forgotten that part. We started with that part first, and then okay, that's the motion. Clear? Okay, Ms. West,
yes,
I'd like to second that. All in favor with the condition and amended agenda? Yeah. All in favor? Approved. Thank you very much for coming.
Thank you.
Okay, item number 7 is 763 Windermere Avenue. The purpose for this application is to construct a new 3-story detached triplex, a rear basement walkout, and a front and rear rooftop patio.
Sorry to interrupt you, Madam Chair. Would it be possible to take a short break?
Oh, sure. Yeah, I'm so sorry. We need 2-3 minutes.
Yes, through you, Madam Chair, if we could take a 5-minute break. The next item does have 10 registered speakers.
Oh, I see. We're going to get prepared. Let's have a 5-minute break. Thank you very much. All right, we'll come back. Yes. Yes. Okay, we're back. We're going to hear item number 776 Windermere Avenue. This is to construct a new 3-story detached triplex and a rear basement walkout in the front and rear rooftop patios with access stair rooftop enclosure, and also to construct a new 2-story auxiliary building which is will contain a laneway street and a carport. And there will be a total of 4 residential dwelling on this lot, and 3 dwelling units within the main house and 1 within the laneway suite. We receive a copy of survey site plan, floor plan, elevations, 2 photographs of trees, presentation materials from the agent, and copy of corresponding from right-of-way management to transportation, and zoning application law certificate number, and and an email corresponding from transportation, and support letter we receive 3 a support letter, and also 6 forms of letters in support signed by the owner of 75411, and the 4 other addresses on Windermere Avenue. And we have oppositions. We receive oppositions, 2, 4, 6, 10, 12 letters of opposition, and receive this later another 2 additional letter of opposition from 765 and 767 Windermere, and also a 18 signature petition in opposition. Yeah.
Through you, Madam Chair, I'll just reiterate, because I think the sound might have gone out for the very start of the item. So this is item 7.
7, yeah.
The address of 763 Windermere Avenue.
Yeah.
And we do have the agents here in person, and we have a high number of registered speakers for this item, most of which are online. One is here in person, and she is a resident of 766 Windermere Avenue who's opting to go last. So at the appropriate time, we'll hear from the online speakers, and then we'll move to the speaker in person.
Yes. Yeah, thank you very much. You're the applicant. Since you have a lot of opposition, we require a presentation from you, but let's get your name and address, yes, please.
Yeah, I'm the agent for the applicant. My name's Andrew Hill, 360 Dufferin Street.
Is your mic turned on?
Yeah.
Okay.
I think so.
A little bit weak. All right.
I'll speak up, sorry.
Are you going to do the presentation?
Yeah, if you could pull up, there was some, I just want to make sure that this is the revised 2 presentation. Okay, great. You can go to the second page. So this project was initiated and designed, in conjunction and relation to, the EATON, expanding housing options neighborhoods initiatives, and the resulting bylaws that these initiatives produced. These initiatives state they're to expand opportunities for missing middle housing in residential neighborhoods. This project is largely adhering to these bylaws, with 3 minor adjustments precedented by variances granted to single-family houses in the neighborhood. We feel, as these variances are both precedented and/or technical in nature, that they are in fact minor. Second page. Neighborhoods truly are great, and more people should be granted the opportunity versus being pushed to denser nodes. Providing choice for all age and abilities and for diverse, equitable, and inclusive communities are the goals of these initiatives and these bylaws. We very much looked at the guiding principles, that these neighborhoods are for everyone, and it acknowledges that it is a city of neighborhoods, and we want to work to maintain the distinct feel and function of those while adapting to people's evolving housing needs. There's a low-rise nature to the proposal. It utilizes the multiplex zoning that has been utilized, and very much uses the massing that affords single-family homes a similar scale. Next. We started our project with some kind of rough massing studies, which are by no means exhaustive, but they look at, as of right, attributes to these types of projects in terms of height and sidewall and dormers, which are, major players in terms of how a building looks and feels. These are just two options that we looked at. I think dormering to us very quickly became an aspect that we thought actually did push these projects kind of out of scale. So that was something that we actually yielded from and didn't see being quite necessary for our proposal. So that was a starting point, and that was an aspect that we decided to kind of move beyond. Next. As mentioned, there is 4 residential units on this site. One is the laneway house. So the main building, which the variances are applied to, has 3 units. We're quite excited and proud about this proposal because it brings true family living to these neighborhoods. It's not, these aren't kind of condo typical unit sizes. As stated here, they very much provide the square footage that the current single-family house on the site provides. We also think that these are very inviting, not only by square footage, but also in section to families. They provide the kind of privacy that I think family living requires that many condo developments, whilst may list themselves as a 3-bedroom, perhaps do not provide. So we do feel the diverse mix that, the EHON initiatives and these multiplexes are inviting to the neighborhoods is represented in this proposal. Next. So now to the variances. Number 1 is a height variance that relates only to a stair overrun, which I'll go over in a moment. We actually have revised to minimize the stair overrun mass by 46% from the original proposal. The height request remains the same. It's just the bulk of the mass producing the variance has diminished. The setbacks are using established setbacks on the site that the existing house already has, and also relates to a prevailing condition across the neighborhood of reduced setbacks. Numbers 3, 4, and 5 kind of go hand in hand. They relate to a front yard parking spot. I'd just like to note that this front yard parking spot is an existing condition on this site, so we are just looking to maintain it. Maintaining it obviously reduces the availability of soft landscaping. Next. This is just a location map kind of showing the site's proximity to Annette, which is a major street and has transit and bike lanes. Next. These next couple of pages are just to diagram what is triggering the height variance. Sorry, I'm running long. I'll go quickly. If we go to perhaps like the next page even. Okay, so I think this one shows the original in the bottom right hand. That was the original proposal causing the variance. The revised diagram, the larger 3D diagram, is showing the portion of the building that goes beyond the 11 meters causing the variance.
Okay, thank you. Your 5 minutes is up, but I do have some questions, but we will wait. We will hold our question to you, and we'll listen to the opposition first, and we'll come back to ask our questions, and you'll get your response to, Okay.
Through you, Madam Chair. So we do have another speaker here in person that wishes to go first. So we'll ask them to come up to the podium, please. It's the resident of 40 Leland Avenue. And we'll have you state your name and address for the record.
Good morning.
Yes.
Elio Pecoraro, 40 Leland Avenue, representing Renata and Genovefa Ojimek at 761 Windermere Avenue, the property adjacent to the proposed development. As stated in the email sent August 21st, we are opposed to this proposal representing significant massification, along with a number of other neighbors who have submitted objections. The variances are not minor, in our opinion. The proposed dwelling exceeds a size that is consistent with other homes on Windermere Avenue. From the viewpoint of our property, we'd be staring at one incredibly tall and ugly structure. One issue we have beyond what we have submitted in writing is the timeline for submissions after receiving the public hearing notice. The public hearing notice states written submissions must be emailed no later than 4:30 on Wednesday, August 21st, and yet we see that 2 revisions were made just 2 days ago. This hearing then should be postponed to future, in our opinion, future set of public hearings to allow time for the area residents to receive news of the changes and form opinions in a timely manner. You shouldn't simply be allowed to change the rules in the middle of the game. Also, we noticed a significant time lag well after the deadline of August 21st in the posting of support letters. 3 letters of support have addresses that are well beyond the written notification zone of 50 meters. 131 Colbeck is half a kilometer away. 583 Dury Street and 815 Windermere Avenue are well beyond the 50-meter zone. One submission in favor even had the proposal at 793 Windermere Avenue. I don't think this person is aware of the location of the property in question, and this person's interest is questionable. Another reason we didn't address in our email was the positioning of the entry doors. The doors are another element not within the physical parameters of other residential development comprising the character of the neighborhood. All existing homes in the area have front doors facing Windermere Avenue. The proposed development has all entranceways at the side of the house facing the right-of-way. This impacts our privacy as the right-of-way is our only access to the backyard from the house. Also, we cannot figure out how they can build this structure without impacting negatively on the right-of-way in other ways, particularly during construction. As well, the diagrams in the supporting documents, page 10 of CA Supporting Material Presentation Revised 1, depict a distorted view of the structure. The floor levels appear to be 6 feet from floor to ceiling in this structure. Absent from the drawing is the roof. The diagram simply isn't a true reflection of the size of this structure. None of the photos on the revised plan on page 18, document CA Supporting Material Presentation Revised 2, show full 3-story buildings. These are single-family homes that are 2.5 stories, that half story being possibly storage space or attic. Lastly, it appears that 778 Windermere proposal, application number 2417165-7S4504TLAB, has not been approved. If that proposal is in doubt, I can't see how this one could possibly pass. Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. Any question to this speaker? Okay, thank you. I just want to know, you said that you received revisions. Like they send it to you, or they...
August 26th, they were posted, right?
They're posted on the website.
Supported document?
I see, okay, yeah. Okay, thank you.
Sorry, I
Yeah.
have a question. You said you were speaking on behalf of 761 Windermere. Are you a resident there, or?
No,
are you,
I am not.
So what's your relationship to the residents there that you're speaking on behalf of?
Renata Osmick is my spouse.
Sorry?
My spouse.
Oh, okay. It resides there.
We are owners.
Oh, you're owners, but you don't reside there.
Correct.
Okay. So you have renters that reside there?
Sorry?
Who resides there?
Tenants.
Okay, yes. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, yeah. Thank you very much. Yeah, let's have this.
Through you, Madam Chair, we can move to the next registered speaker online who is in support. That resident's address is 131 Colbeck Street. Matthew Spoke.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, my name is Matthew Spoke. I live at 131 Colbeck Street. As mentioned by the last speaker, I live 2 blocks away from the proposed application, just down Windermere at the corner of Colbeck. My family also is owners and operators of a local daycare in the neighborhood that services the broader Bloor West Village area. We know firsthand from many families with young children how difficult it is to afford housing in this neighborhood. Today, it's quite difficult to foreseeably buy a house in this neighborhood for anything less than $1.5 million. I'm in support of this application for the very simple reason that it is introducing family-sized homes at more affordable prices than you would otherwise have to pay to buy a home on Windermere Avenue or any other street in the neighborhood. I won't take any more of your time, but I just want to very strongly indicate my support. I've got 2 young children. Many of our friends who have children going to the same daycare as my young children can't afford to live on this street, and I don't think that we should be denying applications that make it more attainable for these families.
Oh, thank you very much. So you're in support. Any question to this speaker? Okay, thank you. Thank you. Yeah.
Through you, Madam Chair, we do have a resident by the name of Chris Spoke in support at 591 Annette Avenue, registered to speak. However, I don't believe they're on the line.
They've actually just signed on right now, and they can unmute themselves.
Yeah, I'm on the line. You might guess from our last names that Matt, who just spoke, is my brother. So I also live in the neighborhood. We also have an office in the neighborhood. So we're very familiar with this part of town. I keep an eye on these applications just out of curiosity, see what's happening in the area. And I was very surprised by the number of letters that were submitted in opposition, given how minor the variances are. So I looked into them, and I think it's clear, and this was clear from the last speaker, that they're not actually contesting the minor variances. They're contesting the multiplex bylaw overall, which of course is not what this process is supposed to do. The variances are very clearly minor in nature. When they're listed in the notice, when you have like a height above the permitted height, it doesn't like go to the level of detail to show that height above the as of right height is just for a small portion of the building, nor does it show, for example, that the side yard setback variances is not for the full building, but some portion of the building. So the more you drill down into the details, the more you realize how minor these variances are from the multiplex bylaw that would allow for, I think, a structure that would be objectionable to the neighbors, even if it were as of right. When I read these letters, there's a lot of mention as to what this will do to their property values and all these other things that are not really in scope and not really relevant to the question at hand. So I just want to echo the idea that we should be intensifying these neighborhoods. We need more housing options for families in Toronto, certainly in this area. This is a great application. I also think it looks really good. Going down the list, I mentioned the height variance, the side yard setback variance. There's the other variances relating to the parking up front, which, as mentioned by the applicant, is an existing condition, and which I've noted from the Application Information Center does have a letter of support from Transportation Planning. So this, to me, is exactly the sort of thing that the committee is intended to review and approve. So I urge you to approve it. It makes a lot of sense. Thank you.
Thank you. Any question to this speaker? No. Okay, let's have the next one. Yeah.
Through you, Madam Chair, we have a resident at 574 Drury Street, Betsy Cho.
Hi, my name is Betsy Chow. I strongly oppose to the variances because they are not minor. If you don't live around here, you live far away, it doesn't affect you. It doesn't seem major to you, but to us, it will affect the quality of life to all the neighbors around that gets affected behind and beside, because the scale's way out of proportion. I just hope it's built more to the characteristics of the neighborhood instead of having a monster there, and which if there's I don't know the revised plan, but the original plan was to have 2 rooftop patios, which will completely deprive the privacy of the people living around and behind. So we really enjoy our time in our backyard, but with such thing, it will completely destroy our privacy. Plus the side, the setbacks, they are not minor because they are way bigger in footprint than the original single-family dwelling, and it would completely block the sunlight, or in this case, also reflect the sunlight with a metal corrugated wall that's so ugly to look at, and will probably get glare. And with the laneway, two-story housing, it'll look directly into people's backyards because we have very narrow laneway, also narrow streets. So I don't know about Windermere, but on Drury, you can only park on one side half the month, and then the other side the other half of the month. So basically, only one side can be parked at a time, especially wintertime when there's snow buildup. A lot of the spaces are not parkable. So even though I know the city, all levels of the government encourage densification, but in this case, the neighborhood infrastructure is just not made for this kind of change. If from one single family into four families, four full-size families, other than noise level, the traffic is going to be horrible. If this sets a precedent, then this will only benefit the developers who purchase new properties in our neighborhood, and then they buy it for cheap, and then they can sell it for 3 or 4 times the price because of all the dwellings that fits, and because the proposed plan is so big, way extends the current footprints. Basically, it'll be a visual eyesore because now there's no trees and no open space. We cannot look past. So it really has major adverse impact to the neighbors who's around there. Yes, as I said, all the letter of support are from people who are far away from being affected. So it's easy for them to say this, but when it's in their backyard, I'm sure they'll say differently. So I strongly hope that the panel will put this into consideration and object the variances. Thank you.
Thank you. Any question to the speaker? Yes, we have a question for you. Yeah.
I just didn't catch what your address was.
Yes.
574 Drury Street.
574. Okay, thank you.
So,
thank you. And then just a brief comment maybe for the benefit of all of the speakers. One of the aspects you were talking about was the laneway suite, but there's no variance having to do with the laneway suite. Even if we were to reject all of the variances today, they could build it exactly as it is. So it
yes.
Just a thought that to focus on maybe the variances that are before us, and I just wanted to make you aware that the laneway suite isn't really part of the application.
Yes, I understand. I just thought,
No, that makes
Yes.
sense. And of course, your comments are welcome. I just in case that was a misunderstanding, I wanted to put that out there.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Yes. Next speaker.
Through you, Madam Chair, we can move to the next speaker in opposition, Jeff Brown. Please state your name and address for the record.
Yes, my name is Jeff Brown, and I'm also at 574 Drury Street. A lot of the elements have just been covered by my
Through you,
wife.
Madam Chair, sorry to interrupt. So it's actually just one speaker per household. So you're supposed to be sharing the time. So if we could just ask you to, just very briefly summarize a few comments, if it's any
Okay.
comments different than the other speaker made.
Sure. So I'll make one comment. And the parking, there is provision for one parking. There's actually going to be 4 people on that property now. We are already facing people from Windermere having to find parking on Dury. This will only exacerbate that. So there's obviously more parking required for that number of people on that property. So it is a concern for congestion.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Thank you for your comment. Yes. For the next speaker then.
Through you, Madam Chair, we'll move to the next speaker in opposition, Veronica Foster. If you could please state your name and address for the record.
Good morning. I'm Veronica Foster, 765 Windermere Avenue.
765, yeah, okay. Yes, you will have 5 minutes. Tell us about your concern, yeah.
So our house is immediately north of the applicant's property, and I'm here today to express my strong objection to the variances. As a concerned resident of the neighborhood, my objections to the requested bylaw variances are based on the key principles outlined in the City of Toronto's official plan, which highlights the importance of maintaining the character, environmental integrity, and livability of the established neighborhoods, and the approval of these variances may have a significant negative impact on our neighborhood. While the rest of my time is going to be spent discussing how the application does not pass the 4 common tests, I do want to take a moment to let you know that myself and another concerned resident actually went door to door for many of the houses immediately north, south, east, and west of the property. While there was little time from when the letter was received and the objections were due, I was able to catch many that were not out of town on vacation, as I had been for half of the response time. I was able to hear how this could negatively impact them as well, and the immediate neighbors, most of which are impacted by various elements of this application, do not support these variances as evidenced by their signatures on the submission, our second submission. So back to my technical arguments. First, this is not a minor variance. The proposed development is a significant change in fit, form, and function from the existing building, and is in fact quite large in numbers and actual measurements. Additionally, the extent of the impact on the neighboring properties in the immediate area with respect to loss of sunlight, privacy, views, spacing, and openness, which will result from the mass, height, and bulk of the proposed development, are also not minor. There's some unaddressed issues with regards to access, trees, parking, and drainage that are incompatible with the established built form and character of the neighborhood and will erode the aesthetics of the streetscape. Secondly, granting the variances would result in a development that is not desirable from a planning or public interest perspective. It's my understanding that the public grants variance infrequently and only when the evidence of undue hardship with complying with these bylaws. Based on the scope of the proposed construction, the design can be altered to comply with the bylaws. The variance request is not in alignment with the existing planning principles and pattern of development in the immediate context. For example, the city plan supports more units, same scale, as do I. However, this development is many times in excess of the scale of the houses in the neighborhood, and it's out of context of the properties in the vicinity. The city plan points to green and livable neighborhoods. However, this proposal not only removes a mature tree and much of the soft landscaping of the properties, its size will have an impact on the soft landscaping of neighboring properties, especially mine. Thirdly, the proposed development does not maintain the intent and purpose of the bylaws. The requests for variance to bylaws regarding setback, building size, scale, and height negatively impact spacing, privacy, and light, which gives the neighborhood its built form and character, features which the bylaws are in place to preserve. Finally, these variances do not maintain the general intent and purpose of the city official plan for development in established neighborhoods. The plan notes in Chapter 4.1 on neighborhoods, development will respect and reinforce the existing physical character of the neighborhood, including prevailing heights, massing, scale, density, and dwelling type of nearby residential properties, as well as prevailing patterns of rear and side yard setbacks and landscaped open spaces. The plan notes that no changes will be made through rezoning, minor variance, consent, or other public action that are out of keeping with the overall physical character of the entire neighborhood. We believe that the ability to align with the intent of the city plan for densification can be met while still complying with the existing bylaws as written. In closing, I ask the committee to review this application against the statutory tests along with the objections from the immediate neighbors and reject the application as it does not attempt to maintain the general intent and purpose of the applicable zoning bylaws, is incompatible with the overarching plan for the city in general, and in particular this part of the street. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Any question to this speaker? No? Okay, let's have the next one.
Through you, Madam Chair, we'll move to the next speaker in opposition, the resident of 767 Windermere Avenue. Please state your name and reiterate your address for the record, please.
Okay. Hi, my name is Marie Nazar, and I live at 767 Windermere Avenue. I'm not going to take a lot of time today, as Veronica Foster had presented our points very concretely, clearly, and I don't think that it's necessary to reiterate this over and over again. I was the person with her that had gone door to door to listen to what the neighbors had to say about this particular application. I know that we're all in favor of building. There have been many beautiful homes. There are many beautiful homes in the Windermere area that have had added a third story, parts of towards the back of the house, and they've all managed to maintain the character, the green canopy, and obviously had everybody's support. So again, I'm not going to take more time, so I appreciate your review of the application. And again, I'm not for this particular architectural drawing. However, if there was something that was more reasonable presented, this may be something that would be very suitable to everybody in the neighborhood. Thank you.
Thank you. Any question to this speaker? Oh, we have a question. Just wait.
Yes,
yeah.
through you, Madam Chair. This neighbor mentioned about the green canopy. Is there a big trees that, as a result of this construction, it might be injured or removed?
Yes, there is a large tree in the backyard, actually quite a huge tree in the backyard that's going to be removed. And the city actually just planted a small tree about 4 or 5 years ago in the front. So this would have to be boarded up. It's a maple.
Okay, so
there's also not going to be any grass in the backyard. There won't be any lilac bushes. There won't be any of the green left because it's going to be taken up by concrete. From what I understand and from what I saw of the plan, I haven't seen any of the revisions that have been posted. There may be some green left there. I'm not sure.
Okay, thank you very much for clarification.
You're welcome.
Yeah. All right. Thank you. Next speaker.
Through the chair, we'll move to the next speaker in opposition.
Ashlyn Clary, you've been unmuted.
Hi. Yes, my name is Ashlyn Clary. I'm a resident of 335 Deary Street, and I'd like to voice my support for this project. I grew up in this neighborhood, so I think I have a fairly intimate understanding of its character and its needs. And also as a younger person who's had to search for a place to live in the past 5 years, I'm very familiar with the housing shortage, which has plagued Toronto. I agree basically entirely with what Chris Spoke said earlier. From reading the letters of opposition and hearing what's been said today, I don't think that residents who are opposed to granting these variances would be any happier with a multiplex project, which fits within what's already allowed by right with the multiplex rules. And the opposition to granting the variances seems to be more with the intent of killing the project entirely rather than opposition to the variances themselves. As an example, we heard complaints about parking when one of the requested variances is, in fact, to allow additional parking on site, mitigating the impacts of additional street parking. Yeah, like from my perspective, this is a very reasonable proposal, converting a single small house into 4 large family-sized units, which is exactly what the recently adopted multiplex rules aim to allow. And I think that given how family-oriented a neighborhood Runnymede is, it's particularly desirable to grant these minor variances to make it feasible for 3 large family-sized units to be fit in the proposed building instead of smaller or fewer units. I'm hopeful that if this project goes through, its success would encourage more multiplex development in the city, which would give more people like me the opportunity to live in the neighborhoods we grew up in instead of being forced either into high rises or out of the city entirely.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any question to the speaker? Okay, let's have the, we have some more.
No, just for you, Madam Chair.
Oh, you have? I didn't see your.
No, I just want to ask, the address was
335 Dury Street.
So you are like couple 3-4 blocks south, like close to Bloor Street. Is that correct?
Yeah, 2.5 blocks south, correct?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Next speaker, do we have more? Yes.
Through the chair, Andrea Arbuckle of 752 Windermere Avenue. You've been unmuted.
750.
Hi, yes, I have some concerns. I guess the big thing is the parking. Recently, Annette Street has become paid parking. So with that happening, more and more people are parking their cars on Windermere. So with this being a fourplex, you know, if let's say there's 8 cars, there's not going to be sufficient parking for that. So it becomes an issue as well. Right at that area, there is a school, and the school has drop-off times, obviously, in the morning and the afternoon, and it's incredibly congested. So I don't think that they're really accounting for that with making it a fourplex. Like, I understand the need to increase density, but you know, there's also a reasonableness around, you know, what's good for the neighborhood. It is, as I think the person next door spoke, it really isn't in keeping with the character of the area. I do have an elderly father that comes to visit me, so it's becoming worse and worse as far as him getting to be able to park in a reasonable distance of my house for him to get there. So that is a problem. Also, I live right next to where a laneway house was built, and I know that the laneway house does not have variances, but it's more about the fact that a large structure was built. So I can definitely, you know, empathize with the people next door that are going to have this large structure next to them now, because that laneway house has impacted my view, my light, like multiple things, my enjoyment of my backyard. So it is a factor as far as allowing that unit to have additional height. Like, that's a real problem for the people in the adjacent yards as far as their sunlight and their view. It is a real concern. So I would, you know, I would speak from experience that the height and the making it any larger is only going to negatively impact their enjoyment of their yards and their enjoyment of their privacy. So those things, as much as the variances in themselves may not be minor, but they are major to those that live nearby, and it will impact their enjoyment of their own homes. I understand people very far away are objecting, but they won't live here. They won't be impacted on a day-to-day basis. So I don't feel like their support is actually really valid at all, to be quite honest. So those are my concerns, mainly the parking and the fact that it does impact the people that actually live nearby. It really does impact their enjoyment of their homes.
Thank you. Any question to this speaker? Oh, no. Yeah.
Okay, through the chair, we have our last speaker here in person. If you could please come up to the podium, state your name and address for the record.
Yes, hello. My name is Valerie Clausen, and I live across the street from the proposed structure at 766 Windermere Avenue. And because so many points have already been covered by the previous speakers regarding concerns in the immediate neighborhood about the size and the set and the excessive setback of the building from one side to the other, the variances regarding the setbacks. So that's been covered, and so I'm going to make a fairly small point, but it has to do with the future aesthetics of the property from the front. And a previous speaker mentioned that the city did plant a tree recently. It's actually not that, this is in the front of the property. It's not that small. It's now presently at almost the height of the peaked roof of the two-story residence that's to the side. And so my concern is that the present soft landscaping in the front of the proposed structure is quite small. The parking pad that is there currently is oversized by such that it is about 1.5 times the size of a regular parking pad in width. Mm-hmm. And the soft landscaping currently is enclosed in a raised wooden structure, so that it forms, I don't have an exact ratio, but it forms less than half the front of the of the front of the property. Excuse me. Anyway, this tree, this maple, as it grows, will become very important aesthetically for softening the impact of the height and the width of the structure. And where it's planted is a very small area. Sorry, I think I need a glass of water. I'm so sorry. I'm sorry, severe allergies. Anyway, the soft landscaping that's currently there may not be adequate to support the irrigation of the tree in the future by natural means. And so I hope that there will not be an encroachment on the current soft landscaping in the front as the construction proceeds and as any kind of future landscaping is done, because this tree will need room to spread and then provide a very attractive aesthetic cover from the front of the property. Again, it is already quite high, and it will undoubtedly become higher. It's I found out from the city, it's a Freeman Celebration maple that was planted by the city. Anyway, so I hope that some examination will be made of the current state of the soft landscaping in the front, which is possibly less than should have been allowed in the first place. I don't know whether that parking pad that's there is legal. In any event, that's my main concern, that that tree be protected with the tree protection zone fence, and that the soft landscaping not be in any way diminished, and possibly, if it could be slightly increased, that would be very good. Thank you.
Thank you. Any question to this? Okay. All right, so we finished our...
Through you, Madam Chair, that is all of our registered speakers for this item. We can return to the agent.
Yes, let's have the agent. You have 5 minutes to address all the issues raised by the speakers, your opposition.
Thanks. Perhaps we could return to the presentation. It's a rendering of the front. Actually, you can hold on that 3D for a minute. Just to reference the rooftop patios, these are obviously amenity for those that would live in this space, but they're also going to be access for where we're going to locate mechanical units. And to help with overlook and maintain privacy, we have ensured that on both north and south that those patios are held back from the property lines by 2 meters. We'd also be happy to add a 1.5 meter privacy screen to those as well. to further mitigate, which would still keep, that screen would still be below the 11 meters. If we were, can we go forward maybe 3 or 4 slides to a front rendering? Yeah, to that rendering. You know, this is a perspective, so we did this to sort of depict the reality of the scale of the building, and yes, it is taller than the neighboring. That's a function of this new zoning, both in terms of multiplexes, but also the added height that zoning has afforded all neighborhoods. I don't remember the exact date, but within the last 2 years. So, you know, this is the first of its kind, perhaps, in the neighborhood. So it's setting a new standard, but it is in keeping with what is being sort of asked for via the EHON and city's mandates. With the trees in the front, we will be for sure maintaining the city planted tree via tree protection, 100%. That's in our arborist report. And we are removing a larger tree in the backyard, which relates to the Laneway House location. But we also proposed in the arborist report to replant 2 trees, one in the backyard and one in the front yard. And with that, the soft landscaping on the front, if we move forward probably 3 slides, please. I'll just speak to it. The soft landscaping, we are improving upon the existing condition, so we are maintaining, you know, the required parking spot dimensions in the front yard. The one with the 2 site plans was good. Keep going. Later. No. Wrong way. Yeah, here. So the north drawing is the existing condition that was just being spoken about, and you know, the new massing takes off that front porch, so we have the full space to get the parking spot. On the site, we are increasing the soft landscaping from the existing condition, and if we go to the next page, you'll see that we're also happy to make it a condition to have this parking pad be permeable pavers. Again, this is an existing condition and is precedented by numerous examples along Windermere and the surrounding neighborhood, some of which exist on some of the letters of objection. They themselves have front yard parking. And in terms of parking in general, I know it looks like there's 1 spot for the main building, but the way these sites function, the parking at the rear is not necessarily owned or granted to the Laneway House. That's up to how the building sort of shakes out in terms of renters or if it goes condo, but this is a 4-unit site with 3 parking spots, which in the city's eyes is sort of, I think, over providing for this typology. How much time do I? 1 minute. Maybe we just go to the last page, and I'll sort of conclude. So, you know, we've come and we've obviously looked at what the neighbors have said. Our client canvassed the neighborhood more than once quite aggressively to try and converse with some of these folks. Some, as we've heard, quite strongly are in disagreement with the typology. So that's not really for the committee to speak to, and we understand the concern, but, you know, we're here to sort of advocate for this typology and, you know, try to add these to the city. We are offering a reduced stair overrun, which we think reduces that, you know, 0.95 meter height variance. We are offering permeable pavers as a condition and privacy screens on that top patio. As presented, the multiplex proposal largely adheres to the bylaws, provides housing the city has been inviting. While there's opposition in nature, it's likely one of the first in the community, and we see it as a desirable and appropriate for the evolving Toronto neighborhoods. The general intent, we believe, of these new zoning bylaws is maintained and is act as a model for the types of housing that the city needs to see.
Thank you. Yeah. Any questions? I have a few questions. The first one is, it seems that from your revised presentation material, you have revised your roof lines, right? It seems that in the new material, you have eliminated the mechanical room, and also you have slope your stair. Do you have any revised elevation reflecting that, and also revised roof plan reflecting all those things in the submission? I don't see any of them.
Yeah, the section and the plan should both be, I believe.
No, it's not the section. We require proper elevations and proper plans. Because from the beginning, I was going to sort of ask for that, but since so many people want to speak, so I wait till now, because I do not think we can take this without the revised proper roof plans and proper elevations. Yeah, because you're asking for a height variance here.
Yeah, there's definitely a section and revised floor plan showing the reduction in.
No, that's what I want to ask. Where is the roof plan showing your elimination of the mechanical space?
Through the chair to the agent, you haven't submitted revised plans to this effect. You have presentation materials, but you have not actually submitted a revised set of plans that members could technically tie you to if they desire.
Yes.
We submitted the plans with the presentation, and the technician sort of said they could be part of the presentation, so the drawings are actually attached, I see, on the end of the presentation here.
There may have been a misunderstanding that you were just providing a presentation versus actual revised plans. Those would have had to be submitted separately. However, if you wish to amend a variance, you are able to, if you're going to reduce a variance or improve a variance on the floor of the hearing, you may do that by actually amending the variance. But in terms of the plans, we don't have these plans actually officially on record.
Yeah, and that what because the difference is this, when we look at the two roof plans, although you in your presentation material included roof plan, but the patio size is significantly increased, right? And secondly, my difficulty is that if we're going to, of course, with the panels may think differently, that if we were going to, if I would consider approving it, I would like to tie it to the side elevation, which indicating the, you mitigate the impact, the height impact to your neighbors, which, you know, you do have a lot of position on that front. So I would just like to see the revised side elevations, which is missing from your package, and unfortunately, I just bring it to the panel. That's my awareness.
Yeah. Through you, Madam Chair, do the proposed revisions change any of the proposed variances?
No.
No, but then, yeah, that's yeah.
But if you want to link it to plans or elevations,
I understand, but a lot of time, for example, if people propose to have a certain additions which only reflecting the ground floor or the front porch, you know, we usually try to limit our what we actually looking at. That is what it is, right? But I think that is significant here that in my impression is that first of all, the rooftop access stair in the original applications that is full height and is two sides and both sides. And I think that considering the oppositions from the neighbors, especially the one on the north side, I would think that it is a good improvement, actually, what they have in their presentation material. Unfortunately, they do not include it in the revised, to produce a revised elevation so that we can tie it to, or refer to based on what the revised drawing shows us.
Can we maybe pull up in the plans that we do have a 1.12? Yeah, that.
That's the
Scroll up a bit. I know this isn't an elevation, it's an axiometric, but so none of the variances are different. The comments I heard from the community didn't really have to do with this third floor deck, except one member. To me, I wouldn't need to tie to plans for this, given that the variance is no different. And if you look at the plans that they have, in the worst case scenario, they go back to the plans that they have. The fact that they have the canted roof, I think maybe mitigates.
I sort of disagree a bit, only because we are considered impact too, right? But, and also we should approve based on what they submitted, which is to dictate or describe what they propose, right? If it's only a stair that is a certain size, and we'll be, okay, that is a good compromise, because they do ask for, if you limit the rooftop access, they do not even need to have a height variance. Since they're asking for it, and I would like to see what they propose is actually what they want to build. The only form that they're going to build, it seems that is in their presentation, not their submitted drawings. That's my
yeah, I guess the way I would look at it is, I agree with you that we can't tie it to what's in the presentation. But if what's in the original submission is still approvable, what's in the presentation is less than, so they could always improve it in reality. But if we think that, this view that I've asked to go up, if we think this is sufficient, we could still approve it knowing that it'll be no worse than this and might be better than
exactly. So we have to raise our expectation. I understand.
Yeah, like if we were to say we could only approve it based on the presentation materials, then we'd have a problem. But I think I would like to talk about just approving it as is, because we've also had quite a number of people show up today to speak in both.
Yes, I understand.
On both sides, and to defer it, I think.
My intention is to raise the discrepancy. Yeah. That's all.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm not going to make your decision. I'm just trying to raise the discrepancy here.
No, I did appreciate that.
Yeah. And
through the chair, another option to consider is a note for the minutes. You can also add a for the record note.
Revise.
Yeah.
Elevations.
In terms of your feelings as well, to encourage the applicant to work with the neighbors in regard to the rooftop.
Or even encourage them to do the design that's in the revised application.
Yeah, more specific wording. You can add a note in the record.
Or submit a revised elevation that reflect what they have presented. I think that's very important, because the presented material is a public material now, that I think the application should be actually inconsistent with what they have presented. Although you will say to improve it is no problem, but we only, at least we can ask to revise the elevation so it's consistent.
Yes, we can't ask them to submit the drawing. We can say that you strongly encourage the applicant to improve the plan to reflect what was presented in their presentation drawing.
That they will do it. I'm so sorry if that is our request. Anyway, so I'm not making the decision. I'm just raising a concern.
Of course.
Now we are in committee now. So
I did actually have another question for the applicant.
you have? Okay, sorry.
If we can leave.
Yeah, it's only question. Okay.
Sorry.
Go ahead. Thank you.
So my question for you actually relates also to this axiometric drawing that we pulled up. You said that you'd be willing to include a condition of 1.5 meter privacy screening on the third floor. Is that already reflected by the?
Not quite.
Not quite.
The guard heights, I think, is like 1250 or 1280 right now, so it would just peak up a little bit beyond that. On the obviously not on the sides where the overrun is, but on the sides of the patio that are facing the sloped roofs essentially.
Okay, so it would be another 30 centimeters or so?
Yeah, it stays below the 11 meters still.
Okay.
If we add it.
Okay, yeah, please, go ahead.
For you, Mr. Chair, I have a question regarding your comment for the rooftop. You mentioned that it is spaced from north and south. Would you please say? Because what I see on the drawings, it's actually, if you want, you have exposure on the east, west, and north, south. So.
Yeah, sorry, to clarify, I was just saying that, you know, if this were a flat-roofed building, there would be a risk of a rooftop patio being stretched to, you know, the extents of the building. But the shape of the roof sort of contains that patio, and it is, in the east and west, I don't have the dimensions because they're obviously extensive, but from the north and south property lines, like where one can actually be on that roof is 2 meters back, which I feel mitigates the availability of overlook.
So you state that with that 2 meter setback, it won't have any overlook to neighbors? Because we have neighbors from the north that they have generally objected to your proposal, and
I can't say that it won't have overlook, but I think it being set back does mitigate that condition.
Okay, so if we want to propose privacy screening for the rooftop, so in order to completely cover, so it should be on north and east and west. Is that correct?
Correct.
Because from the south, you
Correct.
don't have, you have that.
Correct.
Okay, north, east, and west.
Although east and west faces the laneway suite and the street, so it might not be as necessary. It looks like north is the more necessary side.
North.
Any more questions?
No, the other, hold on a second. The other question is regarding the setback. So the setback on the north is 0.54. Is it for the back portion of the property only?
Yes, it is for the back portion. There's a diagram in the presentation. I don't know if I'm allowed to pull that up right now. But.
What is the 5.4?
So what we did with the side yards is we sort of used the datum that the existing house already had. We've done a sort of shifting massing across the site to minimize the impact of those reduced setbacks. And whilst the location of that reduced setback is different, it is less than what the existing condition was. The existing house on the north side had a 0.54 meter setback for 11.34 meters of its original depth. On the north, our proposed has a 9.59 meter proposed setback variance. On the south side, the existing house had that variance. It didn't have a variance because it was old, but you know what I mean. For 11.25 meters of the existing house, the proposed has 7.93 meters.
For the south, right?
That's the south, yes.
Okay, and then the neighbor on the south used the side of your property for using, it's like a driveway to go to the back of their property. Is that correct?
Yes, there is an easement that, provides, it's going to provide access to the laneway suites, and they use it, yes, I believe, for parking.
So this from, you have access to the laneway suite from south. So this setback on the south doesn't affect any of the right-of-way? So the 0.71 meter from south does not affect the right-of-ways?
Correct.
On the south, okay. Thank you. And then I'll just, you mentioned that you're okay with proposing the premium paver for parking pad. Is that correct? Okay, and also, if we want to tie it to site plan, we have the revised site plan, right? Submitted to the... And then I have, thank you very much, and I have a question from Madam Secretary Treasurer, if you allow me. So to you, Madam Chair, if we want to subject it to urban forestry, so we have to subject it urban forestry condition 1 for the city tree, 2 for the private tree, and 3 for the trees that they want to plant, correct?
Through the chair, so urban forestry condition 1 relates to the city tree, and urban forestry condition 2 relates to private trees, yes.
And then condition number 3 is to?
3, I don't think.
3 is payment in lieu, so.
Isn't it 4? No? So if we want to, let me redo my question. If we want to subject it to urban forestry, what is your recommendation? Which condition?
Through the chair, if it relates to a private tree, then it would be condition 2. If it relates to a city tree, condition 1. And again, at the time of building permit, urban forestry will also review the application, and if there's concerns, they won't be issuing permit. They will hang off until urban forestry issues are resolved at that time as well.
Okay. Thank you very much for clarifying.
And through the chair, in terms of site plan, we don't have a revised site plan from the applicant. Again, their presentation and plans was submitted past the late submission deadline, so we don't have a revised site plan from them. The only site plan we have is what they originally submitted in their plans.
Drawing A2.01, correct?
Yeah, the only revision would be the permeable paver, right, which is often just provided as a condition.
We can add that as a condition.
You can add that condition of permeable paver.
Thank you very much.
Yes. For the applicant, so I was also thinking about the forestry conditions, and so we're allowed to impose those conditions even though urban forestry hasn't provided their comments. Do you have any concerns with us adding both those conditions for the front tree and for the rear tree that you would need to apply to urban
Not at all.
forestry?
Not at all.
Okay.
I have a small question. I'm sort of going back to the rooftop revision. When you make this revision, which I think it is actually an attempt to mitigate the impact, right? Is it a result of a discussion with the neighbors or a result of discussion with the community planning?
It's definitely a reaction to the neighbors.
Okay.
You know, we did try to reach out and talk to people, but some were, no. So we kind of had to have our discussion through the letters and then sort of react with our presentation. So it is 100% a reaction to the community's comments.
Yeah.
We did reach out to planning proactively, actually, before we even received any letters. They had no concerns or comments, similar with forestry and the same with transportation.
Okay. So, yeah, thank you. I just want to know where the source is and then whether we will include on a comment that we need the revised elevations. Okay. Any question?
No question.
So we don't have any more questions. So we are in committee now. No more questions. Okay. Okay, Ms. West, her hands first, and then no, Mr. Good.
Okay,
You're
sure.
second. Yeah.
She told me to go. I'm happy for her.
Yeah.
You sure?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. So I think it's worth saying that we had some really good input from both sides of the community. I think it's always nice to hear people speaking out in support of applications. I do take the comments of a lot of the people in opposition that they were the ones that were closer to the property. I think Ms. Foster in particular, who's north of the site, I thought her comments were really helpful because she actually she spoke to the official plan. But I think what comes out is the official plan has a lot in it, and you can read the same sentences and interpret them different ways. And so the official plan speaks about evolution of neighborhoods in keeping with those neighborhoods. And to me, a key characteristic of this neighborhood is really nice, livable, family-sized homes. And this application would deliver 4 really nice, livable, family-sized homes. So to me, that actually is in keeping with the character of the neighborhood. The fact that it's coming in a 4-plex is something that's been enabled by the multiplex zoning. And if we look at the actual variances themselves, most of the comments weren't really about the variances. The height variance is less than a meter. The side yard setback is really maintaining the existing condition because the existing building comes right up to where the easement line is, and this one would do the same. And then the landscaping is, looks like it's, if we do impose the permeable pavers, it's essentially keeping the same condition, but then adding permeable pavers. So if we look at each one of these variances, and then the parking variances are really just to enable parking at the front where there already was parking at the front, the variances themselves to me are all minor, and that's, you know, where even if I look at that third floor and I think that, or that top floor with, and I agree that the presentation material version does improve the design, even if they hadn't made that improvement, I think the 0.95 meter variance is pretty minor in its impact, and I think I actually really like the way that they've got it in a sloped roof. Like that sloping of the roof alone, I think, mitigates a lot of the impact, so that's sort of my view. No, it was just thoughts because it was a big, and you wanted to speak. I didn't mean to take your chance.
No, I speak. I've already.
Well, I agree with you, but on the other hand, the sloping roof really mainly is from the, not from the side that got impacted.
No, it is. It's the north side and the east and west side. It's only the south side that's straight.
Yeah, that's south side.
Yeah,
it's straight up, and I think that the presentation material improved that.
You're right.
And I think that is, to me, that is the tipping, I mean, that is important to me. I think that I agree with the official plan that has certain intentions, and then it seems that the multiplex bylaw and all that, this will fit into the direction of the official plan. But still, we should consider the neighborhoods, the comments and feedback. They still need to have a more smooth transition into that. I think that if we can mitigate the impact, I think that we are more easier to say the official plan's direction that we are following that intent. Yeah, that's right. Okay. Yeah.
I'll just add a couple comments. I agree with what my colleague has said. I think that this is an excellent application. I do understand that there will be significant impacts on the neighbors, particularly to the north and south, but those impacts would happen with any building that was constructed as of right. And I think that's often hard for people to get their head around because it's so different than what's there. But what we're looking at is what's over that building as of right. And I agree that I think all of those variances are very minor. I would commend the applicant for putting together an application that is a significant building with these variances that are quite minor. There's obviously been an intent to make these variances be small, and the impacts of these variances be minor. So I think it's I wholeheartedly support this.
Mm-hmm. Okay. So can we, when you make a motion, can you go through the conditions?
I know, that's why I lined them up. That's why I'm happy to make a motion. So I would move to approve it, subject to forestry conditions 1 and 2, subject to the condition that the front parking space be constructed with permeable pavers, subject to the condition that the platform on the top floor be constructed with a 1.5 meter privacy screening on the north side.
And can we add?
And a comment for the record that we strongly encourage the applicant to move forward with the design as indicated in their revised presentation materials, dated or received by the committee August 26, 2024. at 9:15 a.m. I'm getting a thumbs up from staff, so I believe that's the.
But then the material got a lot, so we can say regarding the site plan, which they say revise, and also the roof design.
Okay, yes, with particular reference to the design of the roof and the site plan.
Through the chair, site plan regarding parking?
Yeah, the front yard landscaping.
Front yard landscaping.
Yeah. So I hope this is clear. Yes.
Just one thing about, I think it would be helpful, I think, if we could tie to the existing site plan as well, just for the setbacks, because those haven't changed. I think the only thing that changed in the new site plan is the permeable paving. No.
Okay.
So just because I think it is important, those setbacks, how they're represented on the site plan is.
Okay, I would add that condition. I'm just, the look on my face is because I'm trying to think how to word it. So tie it to the site plan for the purposes of the setbacks indicated.
Through the chair, correct. We could say for the sole purpose of the setbacks.
Yeah, because I wouldn't want to tie it to the site plan and then suddenly they can't do the permeable pavers or.
Correct. Okay.
Okay. So.
Thank you.
That's good. Now it's watertight, right?
So that, just to be clear, so that's the condition that we'll say is tied to the site plan for the sole purpose of indicating the setbacks. Yeah.
All right. So we got it, and then anyone would like to second this motion?
I can second it.
Yeah, Ms. West second the motion with all the condition, and all in favor? Approved unanimously with all the conditions. Yeah, yeah. Okay. That's item number 7, and we are moving to item number 8. Is 174 Dunvegan Road. The purpose for this application is to alter the existing 2.5-story detached dwelling by constructing an interior alteration to reconfigure the main stair and a new elevator, and constructing a rear west side second and third floor dormer addition. Also to construct a south side 1-story addition to expand and reconstruct the integral garage entrance. And we receive a copy of survey site plan, 4 plans elevations, 9 photographs of this property, and decision affecting the subject property and material from the agent, presentation material from the agent. Yeah.
Through you, Madam Chair, we have no registered speakers for this item.
Okay, thank you. Do we have the agent? Yeah.
Rebecca Carroll, you've been unmuted.
Okay.
Good afternoon. My name is Rebecca Carroll from Replacement Design, 160 The Westway, Etobicoke, and I'm the agent representing the owners of 174 Dunvegan Road.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Carroll. Since you do not have any opposition here, I'm going to check with the panel whether they require a presentation from you first, okay? Thank you.
No, thanks, Chair.
No, no. Anyone wants to have a presentation? Okay. We do not need a presentation from you. We might have questions. Any questions? We do not have any questions here. Ms. Carroll, do you have anything you want to specifically address the panel before we move into discussion?
No, I don't, unless anyone has any questions for me.
You're okay.
I think it's pretty
right? So
straightforward.
now we are going to move this into. Oh, you do have a question.
Yes, just a quick
question.
question.
We have a question here. Yeah.
Yes, through you, Madam Chair. Just to, I want a clarification for the length and depth. Are they existing?
Correct, yeah, they're existing. There is not actually any change as a result of the proposed work. So that's just a technical variance because we are
adding that addition on the front, but it does not actually change the length or depth of the existing building.
Okay, thank you for clarification.
Okay.
Thank you. Any more questions? Okay, now we are in committee. Okay, thank you. Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, Ms. West, yes.
Yes, through you, Madam Chair, I would like to put forward a motion to approve this application with no condition.
With no conditions. Mr. Wee, second. All in favor with no conditions? Approved unanimously. Thank you, it's approved. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Yes.
Thank you for your time. Right.
Yeah, and then we move to item number 9 is 5 SORAUREN Avenue. The purpose for this application is to convert the existing 2.5-story detached dwelling with 4 secondary units, and it's total 5 dwelling within this property, and into a 7-unit apartment building and 6 secondaries, which comprise of 6 secondary suites and is classified as an apartment building. No long-term or short-term bicycle spaces will be provided on the site. We have received a survey site plan, floor plan elevations, revised site plan, and also 4 photographs of the property and decision affecting this subject property. We also received a report from traffic planning development review, yeah. From transportation. Yeah.
Through you, Madam Chair, there are no registered speakers to this item, and we have the agent on the line.
Yes.
Xinglong Li, you've been unmuted.
Hello, actually, I am the owner of this property.
That's fine. Yes.
Yeah.
We do not have received any opposition on this file. I'm going to check whether we require a presentation from you first.
Just a question. Okay, thank you.
Yeah, we do have some questions though. This is why I don't have questions.
Thanks, Chair. I just have a question. I'm assuming you've seen the transportation report, which is asking you to provide 2 long-term bicycle parking spaces, and that seems reasonable to me. Are you open to doing that?
Oh yes, we have already added bicycle parkings at the site yard.
Okay, that also goes back to your variance number 2. Are you still seeking variance number 2? There's a short term as well.
Yes, so for the bicycle parking, we will add the bicycle parking as required.
No, the question is whether you require variance number 2.
It looks as though they probably do, because variance number 2 refers to 3 spaces, whereas transportation is recommending.
Yeah, no, exactly. I'm just wondering if they're just that one away, that maybe it's possible for them to provide that as well.
Yeah.
So just to the applicant again, are you still searching? Are you still requesting variance number 2, or can you provide all 3 of those parking spaces?
Yes, we will provide 3 bicycle parking. So we do not require the variance number 2.
Okay, so you're removing the request for variance number 2.
Yeah, we will provide 3 bicycle parkings.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Great, thanks.
That's good. Yeah. All right. Any more questions? Yes, we have more questions for you. Yeah.
I noticed that a lot of the proposed units have 2 full washrooms. Is the thought that many of these units would have 2 people living in them or more?
I believe that the maximum will be 2 people. So we just would like to provide a decent living space for the tenants.
Okay, thanks.
Yeah. Thank you.
Okay, any more questions, please? Okay, we don't have any more questions. We are ready to move into discussion. Do you have anything else you want to address the panel? Okay, we are committee now. Yeah.
I have a comment.
Yes, please. Yeah, we are in committee. We can make comment.
It's a design with some very small and oddly, and I would even say poorly laid out units. I'm almost skeptical that it meets the building code. But that, on the other hand, that'll be for building services to deal with, not us. So I don't think it's necessarily a reason not to approve it, but I just wanted to state that for the record and maybe give the applicant a heads up to make sure that they consider whether all of these units meet code.
Yeah, I agree. But on the other hand, sometimes it's hard to say what kind of house. It's almost we need all kinds of types of different housing. Yeah. Some people just might not be able to rent a bigger unit. You know, but there's still always. I mean, there's always a need for that.
I think it's the ones that are studios or one bedrooms that have 2 full washrooms. Makes me think that 2 people are going to both be living in a space with essentially one of them sleeping in the living room and one of them sleeping in the bedroom. Yeah. But again, it's not a zoning issue.
Yes. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Oh, okay, any more comment, or we have a motion on the floor? Yeah?
I can bring a motion, Chair.
Yeah.
I agree with your comment, but I do agree that it's also outside of what we're looking at today. I'm pleased that the applicant has removed variance number 2, because I think that's something that's very easy to do. And I think that the remaining variance is actually quite minor. The FSI is not changing. The building footprint is remaining the same. And I think that that's a minor variance, particularly where it's located. So I move approval of the application as amended, removal of variance 2, and without condition.
Yes.
Through the chair,
Yes.
sorry, in terms of the transportation condition, did you still want to impose the condition because it also speaks to the spaces being designed in accordance with city standards?
Okay, sure.
It doesn't hurt to.
Yeah, it's just
Yeah.
seem to be like for the long term, it's a shelter space.
Yeah, no, that makes sense. Yeah, thanks, Chair.
Okay.
Yeah.
And through the chair, did you want an official, for the record, comment in the minutes about ensuring the units are designed to building code, or that was just your comment on the application?
No, I
The
don't
applicant
think.
has heard
Yeah.
me. I don't
Okay.
think we need.
We can tell people not to comply with building code or the other way.
Noted.
Is there? Yeah. Okay. Oh wait, we have a motion. Anyone want to second that with the amended agenda? Okay, Mr. Paul Gauguin, second. It's amended. All in favor with amended and the transportation condition. All in favor. Yeah.
No,
Oh, sorry, I did.
I'm opposed.
Okay, because the screen is right in front, in between us, so I can't see. Okay, Ms. West dissented, 4-1, yeah. Can you tell us why you dissent?
Yes, sorry, I should explain it earlier. I was opposing to variance number 1. The FSI 1.1, it's almost 2 times the requirement, the approved, the requirement, so the permitted, and I think that's not minor.
Oh, okay, thank you. Yeah, that's fine. All right, so now we move to item number 10, which is number 10 is 18 CROCKER Avenue. This is to legalize and to maintain the existing 3-story semi-detached dwelling. It's a triplex, and it's currently under construction with a front first-story terrace and a rear second-story balcony and a rear basement walkout and a front porch and a front ground floor deck, which was constructed beyond the limits of the authorized permit. And we have received a survey site plan, floor plan elevations, and a revised site plan and floor plan elevations, and 6 photographs of the property, cover letter from the agent, decision affecting the property, an arborist report, and an engineering letter from the applicant or from the agent, and presentation materials from the agent, and an order to comply issued by the city. And we receive also comments from community planning, and also we receive support from 16 CROCKER Avenue, and we receive oppositions, 4 opposition for this file, and also from opposition from number 14 CROCKER Avenue. Yeah.
Through you, Madam Chair, we have the agent here in person, and we also have 2 registered speakers in opposition online.
Okay, thank you. So you do have some opposition, and tell us your name and your address, and also can you give us a 5-minute presentation, please?
Thank you. Thank you, Chair, panel. Martin Majerski here on behalf of the applicant. Last name is M-A-Z-I-E-R-S-K-I, and I reside at 88 Scott Street, Unit 3507.
Okay.
So, Madam Chair, for the benefit of the panel and also perhaps for some of the neighbors listening in, I've tried to reach out to some of the neighbors and to explain the application, because I've seen the objection letters. I had some contact information from a prior file I did in the area, and I saw one of the emails and objection letter, so I have reached out where I could. But to explain the purpose of the application, the proposal footprint and the built form of this application are consistent with the footprint and built form approved as part of a June 14, 2003 Committee of Adjustment decision. They're also consistent with the footprint and built form reflected in a building permit that was issued on January 8, 2024. The variances have only been triggered because the original COA decision and building permit called for 50% of the main walls to remain in place, which ultimately could not be done because the applicant had been forced by structural issues that threatened the integrity of the building to remove and replace more of the existing walls than initially planned and anticipated. Thereby, the proposal was this reclassified the project from an addition with a lawfully existing rear yard setback and building footprint to a new construction that now requires 3 minor variances. So it was the fact that structurals had to be re-engineered, the whole project was reclassified. Again, just to reiterate, I wanted to clarify something because I know that the neighbors I spoke to were a bit confused about the purpose of the application. To reiterate and clarify something on the purpose of the application in the public notice. The language in the purpose of the application that states constructed beyond the limits of the authorized building permit is not reflective of the building permit, of the building footprint or built form extending beyond the footprint or built form already permitted by the building permit. Instead, it is reflective merely of the fact that the building permit did not in itself permit for the old walls to be replaced, even if they were placed with new walls in exactly the same place. Again, it's a technicality. I know the panel has read the materials, but I know some of the neighbors might have been confused by them. Just again, a reminder, a detailed history of the proposal, the prior approvals is in the presentation materials. Now to move on quickly to the actual variances. The rear yard setback. Again, the rear yard setback is an existing condition that's consistent with the prior building permit. It would have been deemed legal non-conforming, but for the additional main walls that had to be replaced for structural reasons. I've provided a table of prior Committee of Adjustment decisions in the neighborhood over the last 15 years, included approvals of rear yard setback variances. However, the best way to illustrate the proposal's rear yard setback is consistent with the character of the neighborhood is looking at the city zoning map that demonstrates the approximate relationship between lot lines and the exterior walls of the neighborhood buildings. And that'll be in Schedule E of the presentation on page 20 of that presentation. I'm sure everybody has a copy of that. Again, that presentation, that's again page 20, that shows the approximate building footprints relative to lot lines. And this visual provides many examples of 0 or near 0 rear yard setbacks just from a small sample of very nearby properties. For example, the existing rear wall at 22 Crocker Avenue, immediately to the west. The existing rear wall at 16 Crocker Avenue on the other side of the semi of 18 Crocker Avenue. I'll qualify that existing statement, though, because there is a similar application coming for 16 Crocker Avenue in September for the same structural reasons, but arguably it's same issue. There is existing rear wall at 9 Bellwoods Avenue on the southeast corner of Crocker and Bellwoods. Some of the other examples, 117, 119, 121 Robinson Street. If you go strictly north of the subject property, following that lane, fronting Robinson Street, there are 3 properties that basically have footprints very similar to what's happening here between 16, 18, and 22 Crocker Avenue. These 0 or near 0 rear yard setbacks are likely largely legal non-conforming. That's why they won't appear in some of the research table, and form a key part of the existing neighborhood character in this densely packed residential area just off of Queen West. Now, to jump to the last couple points, the landscaping variance, the examiner had identified the landscaping variances. Everybody can see that yellow area. It was just on the previous page, actually. It was page 22. That yellow area is what the examiner identified as the front yard. Half of that is really the porch, which has a basement below it and a second story above it. The other half is a walkway to the entrance to one of the 3 units in a triplex. Neither this walkway or this front porch is really well suited to soft landscaping. The fact that this small area does not have soft landscaping does not have a negative impact on the drainage in the area. Soft landscaping in this area, much of this neighborhood, is provided by the city boulevard and not the front yard. And again, that schedule that I had that showed the front yard, the footprints relative to the lot line, shows that most of the buildings are right at the front lot line. In this case, there's a schedule I provided, on page 23, Schedule G, that shows the site plan. The current site plan matches the site plan originally proposed to the committee of this application matched what was attached to the prior Committee of Adjustment approval from 2023. And so we have since then, at the request of city planning, actually improved that landscaping on the city boulevard a little bit, providing more soft landscaping to meet the city staff report that was issued on the 26th.
Yeah. You have used up all your 5 minutes, but I let you finish your last point. You will have one more point, right?
The last point, I simply asked the tribunal to, I understand that the tribunal is, the committee is concerned about a negative precedent of approving something that was built without an order to comply. I just wanted to quickly summarize the principle in these rules is not to give special treatment to somebody who's built something without a permit by not asking them to take it down, but at the same time not to punish them for building without a permit, just to evaluate the proposal on a planning merits. But a punishment is nonetheless given to this applicant who has built without a permit through a double Committee of Adjustment fee. So again, I know there's concern about negative precedents, but I'm just reassuring the tribunal that one wouldn't be set, and the applicant has already been punished for building without a permit by paying twice the fee for the Committee of Adjustment application. That concludes, and Madam Chair, I thank you for the additional time. I always mistime these things.
Thank you, thank you. So we will hold our question to you, and we listen to the oppositions, and we'll get back to you. Okay? Yeah. Yes.
Natalia, you've been unmuted.
Hello. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Oh, hello, everyone. My name is Natalia Nemilievska, and I'm the owner of 14 Crocker Avenue. I'm right beside the development structure at 18 Crocker Avenue. I live in a detached house, and I object to the variance. I'm here today to address, I would say, some fundamental issues regarding the work being done at 18 Crocker Avenue. Specifically, like on the one hand, we have the city that it says it's about a structure constructed beyond the limits of the approved building permit, while on the other hand, from the perspective of 18 Crocker Avenue, the applicant is arguing, and the lawyer who has submitted a presentation towards the hearing argues something different, that it's a minor variance. So what actually are we looking at today? Is this a nothing burger or maybe something more? I have concerns with the construction process, given what I've just read off, and that's why I'm here. I see two major issues of concern. The first one, at minimum, this situation speaks to a lack of transparency in the construction process from the side of 18 Crocker Avenue and his agent, Mr. Hanna, and at a maximum, it reflects a negligent attitude. Why do I say this? First, I would like to point out the following and make it clear that the properties at 16 Crocker Avenue and 18 Crocker Avenue are closely intertwined. Sharing a wall, these properties were built as twin structures, and they are both, in effect, being reconstructed in tandem. So Mr. Hanna of 16 Crocker Avenue is not only the owner of 16 Crocker Avenue, but also the architect, designer, and the agent responsible for the construction process at 18 Crocker Avenue and his own property at 16 Crocker Avenue. And we actually have another hearing regarding 16 Crocker Avenue that has been set for September. So getting to my first point, if we look at page 1 of the presentation submitted by Mr. Marchewski, I'd like for you to pull that up, please. It says there that, to paraphrase and then to quote, the applicant or the parties involved were made aware of a potentially dangerous structural issue with some of the main walls. And then the next sentence reads, point blank, that the applicant took the unilateral decision to fix this structural issue. This is not an overhang that has been added. This is not a window or something else of that nature. We're speaking about a structural issue described as potentially hazardous, which upon detection at 18 Crocker Avenue effectively did not trigger a stoppage of the construction process. No notification was made to the city, no attempt to seek approval or guidance, but rather a unilateral decision was taken, notifying no one on the outside to continue on with the construction works as normal. This is the factor that I want to build my arguments around, specifically the actions taken by the applicant surrounding the structural walls and what these actions actually indicate. Mr. Hanna, as the agent for 18 Crocker Avenue and also the owner of 16 Crocker Avenue, has full situational awareness of both properties. He's consistently on the ground. He manages the trades and the construction process at both sites. The only reason we are here today is because the city did its job and uncovered this issue, and not because of any actions taken by 18 Crocker Avenue or Mr. Hanna as his agent. So I would like to thank you for doing your job, because once the drywall would have gone up and then the construction moved on, we would have had no idea what was done. What else is, maybe possibly done that is inconsistent with the building permit that we don't know about? To be honest, visually, it appears that the footprint has increased. Has it? I don't know. We simply don't know. So this is just a simple, is this just a simple approval, a minor variance, something inconsistent with the approved building plan, a nothing burger as it is being portrayed? I have concerns about how the situation is being presented by the applicant or his representative, and how the COA will decide as to the situation. The second point is,
thank you.
I'm questioning
your 5 minutes is up. Sorry, your 5 minutes is up. Since I gave the applicant a little extra time, can you make your summation now? I give you a little bit more time to make your summary. Yeah.
Okay, so now they're using the Turner versus City of Vaughan case as cover to say, well, it's done post factum. Let's just include it that it's a minor variance. I mean, that is just not transparency to the neighbors, not transparency towards the COA process, and I think it's actually a very, very deliberate behavioral and legal strategy that's being adopted by the applicant. So if they do it once, what will stop them from doing it again and then going back to the committee of adjustment? So I just think that this has a deeper root, and we should really look into it. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Okay, any question to this speaker? No. I make sure I see. And that's okay. Do we have a more speaker? Okay.
Maria of 10 Crocker Avenue, you have been unmuted.
Thank you. Good morning, committee and Madam Chair. My name is Maria Kazarni, and I'm the owner of 10 Crocker Avenue, which is 2 houses away from the construction site. First of all, I want to make it clear to the committee that although we are here today to review 18 Crocker, this project is being done simultaneously for 16 Crocker. A hearing for 16 Crocker is scheduled for September.
Excuse me, can we start the clock? Yeah. Thank you. Sorry, I just want to start the clock. That's all.
Sorry,
Okay,
was
go
I
ahead.
heard, or should I backtrack?
No. We heard you. You can continue now. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. A hearing for 16 Crocker is scheduled for September. Prior to construction, this building was a 1-story attached bungalow. Today, it is being constructed to become a 3-story attached building for multiple families. The agent, Mr. Hannah Rafiq, is the architect, the construction manager for both 16 and 18 Crocker. Furthermore, he's the owner of 16 Crocker. The reason I point this out today is because as an architect who designed the 2-house 3-story project, and as a construction manager, he has full and complete understanding of what is happening to both properties. Furthermore, he comes to the construction site often to manage each step, boots on ground. The reason I bring this up is because a separation wall between 16 and 18 Crocker just doesn't appear out of thin air. Agent and construction manager, Mr. Rafikana, built the wall knowing that it was outside the permit allowance. And thank goodness that the city inspectors caught and stopped the project. Otherwise, construction would have continued inch by inch, and who knows what other additions they have planned. Let me be clear, they did not stop the project, seeing that the current separating wall is not sufficient and would be structurally dangerous for a 3-story building. They stopped it because the city told them to. As a neighbor, I have a concern about these actions. Lack of transparency, integrity, and lack of good faith. And that leaves me to conclude, what else are they going to be building without approval? My second issue of my concern is regarding variants 1 and 2. Soft landscaping in the front yard is proposed to go from 50% to 40%, and the rear soft landing would go from 75 to 0. In my opinion, a 40% and a 0% soft landscaping is not a minor variance, given the City of Toronto flooding issues. It should be required for 18 Crocker to meet or exceed the soft landscaping criteria to collectively minimize the surface water runoff. This is particularly concerning for 18 Crocker, as if the committee allows the 0 and the 44 landscaping variants. Crocker runs east to west, and the north side sits higher than the south side. 18 Crocker is on the high side, on the north side. Runoff goes from the north to the south. The south side is low row housing, with the exception of 1 2-story apartment building. Their first floor is on ground level, and it always has basement floods, especially with rainfall, always. So these variances are directly impacted by the soft landscaping decision for 18 Crocker. Lastly, I'm referring to the variance number 3. And it's my understanding, and I could be wrong here, but it appears because of the setback, the footprint would increase. There was a hearing last year, May 23rd, 2023. I could provide the file number later if you wish. They already got an increase to this. So they are seeking a further increase to this setback / footprint. I strongly oppose this variance, as a structure is already overwhelming and does not fit the flavor or the character of the street and the neighborhood.
Hello? Are you finished? Oh, we lost. But the time
Through the
is
chair, it seems like Maria disconnected or is having connection issues. If you like, we can go back to the agent.
Yes, yeah. I think that she's almost winding up anyway, but only a few minutes, seconds left. Okay. All right. Do we have more speakers on this? No? Okay, let's get back the agent. Yes. You have 5 minutes for your response to the issues. Yeah.
Thank you, Chair. Just finishing my notes here. So just to, I don't want to re-argue all those points because I thought that I covered some of them in my original presentation, but I did want to hit a couple of the things that did come up. So just for the benefit of the committee, why the applications of 16 and 18 Crocker were split, perhaps somebody's asking. It's just they're filed at about the same time. Just the building department, which has to forward it to the committee, took a long time on 16 Crocker Avenue. It was held up, and this was set for a hearing before 16 Crocker was even processed. Just to explain to the panel why we're dealing with only one and not the other. They're connected together. The same structural issues that affected one affected the other, and I expect to be here in about 3 weeks discussing 16 Crocker Avenue. The comment about the soft landscaping needing to comply, again, I thought I explained this in my presentation, but just to reiterate the point, perhaps for Ms. Kasharni, in order for the front landscaping to be met, the soft landscaping variance to be met, the applicant would be required to either put grass on their front porch or to put grass on the walkway that provides the only way into one of the units in the back. So instead of having a proper walkway to the back, they'd be walking over grass. That would be the only way to meet the soft landscaping requirement, given that the front yard is strangely defined as that little pocket that I discussed. And the comment about the prior approval for rear yard setback, the prior approval did not have a rear yard setback variance. It had something relating to a rear platform, which wasn't legal non-conforming, which was an addition, and the platform had a variance for an encroachment. It was tied to the fact that the building is really so far back, but again, the variance for on the old approval was platform encroachment, not the rear yard setback, which was deemed legal non-conforming at that time. That, Madam Chair, is my response to those comments, unless the panel has.
We probably have some questions. Yeah, but I just want to sort of mention that it seems that you do not actually have a front yard. According to the property lines, I mean.
Madam Chair, the examiner has determined that there's a front yard, but I think that's a question of interpretation.
I mean, yeah, in physical terms. And also appreciate you have the response to some of the issues, but I also want to point out that anything to do with the process of construction and about construction issues are beyond our mandate here today. So, yeah. So, okay. And question to the applicant. Okay, we do not have any more questions. Now we are in committee. Okay. Yes.
I would say this is straightforward. And in fact, we have the benefit of the previous decision in our materials showing the site plan because it had been tied to that site plan. And so I actually have been doing some back and forth to sort of confirm what the applicant is telling us is true, because I do understand that there's some suspicion from the neighbors that maybe the wool is being pulled over their eyes, but having looked at the two site plans, I'm confident that it isn't, that this really is just a case of different variances being triggered because of it being considered a new build as opposed to a renovation. And so I do think it would be, in fact, problematic for us to not approve something that enables a previous decision to essentially go through.
Yeah, I absolutely agree because the variances in terms of setback and all, it's all existing conditions. So anyway, so do we have a motion then? Any more comments first?
So for those reasons, then I'll just move to approve it.
Okay.
Subject to the planning condition.
There's a planning condition, tied to something, tied to some drawings. Right?
I'll second that.
Peter wants to second that, and then all in favor with the condition. It's approved unanimously. Thank you for coming. Yeah. Okay, now we move to item 11, 930 Manning Avenue. This is to permit the rear ground floor walkout deck with stairs, which was constructed beyond the limit of approved building permit. We have received surveys, site plan, arborist plan, floor plans and elevations, 4 photographs of the trees, and decision affecting the subject property and tree protection plan by the agent.
Through you, Madam Chair, we have no registered speakers for this item, and we have the agent on the line.
Okay, let's have the agent.
Yes, my name is Joe Dome, 133 Torresdale Avenue, agent for the owners.
Yes, you do not have any opposition here. I'm going to see whether we need a presentation from you first. No, other questions? Okay, it seems that we do not require a presentation from you, or we have any questions. So we are ready to discuss in the committee. Do you have anything you want to address the panel before we do that? Yeah.
I did have a short presentation prepared, and just maybe a few points of context. That the deck was constructed by the previous owner beyond the limits of the approved building permit. There are no neighbors in opposition the owners are aware of, and the owner has had a conversation with the neighbors on the left, I believe 932, and they had no concerns, just want to confirm there was no construction. And there's 2 doors north at 934 Manning. There is an elevated staircase overlooking the subject property. There's also another elevated 3-story staircase overlooking the subject rear yard from a 3-story rear abutting building. And furthermore, on Clinton Street, around 40 meters away to the west, there are large 3-story decks, 631, 629, 621, and 619. And also 150 meters to the south, there are 3 dwellings at 875, 887, and 879 Manning Avenue that also have large 3-story rear decks, and a number of these examples have 0-meter setbacks. So this is just a point of comparison for impact here, and planning staff have no concerns, and we feel the application is quite reasonable and minor in nature.
Thank you. Okay, we are in committee now. Yeah. Yes.
Thanks, Chair. I agree with the applicant. I think this is a very minor application. It's just a deck, and it's a common situation in this neighborhood. I know that the decks go into the side lot lines, the setback requirements, and the variances being requested are extremely minor. So I move that we approve the application without condition.
Do you want to?
I'll second it.
Yes, Ms. West, second. All in favor with no conditions? Unanimously approved. Thank you. It's approved. Thank you. Yeah. The next item.
Thank you very much.
Oh, thank you. The next item is item 12, 83 Millicent Street, and this is to. The purpose for this is, sorry, I didn't bring. Is to alter the existing 2-story semi-detached dwelling by constructing a rear 2-story addition with basement extension below and a rear ground floor deck. The existing auxiliary building, which is a garage, detached garage in the rear yard abutting the laneway, will be maintained and unaltered. They're seeking 3 variances. We also receive a survey. Survey site, floor plans and elevations, and a cover letter from the agent, an arborist report from the agent, and presentation material from the agent. We received 1 letter of support by 85 Millicent Street. Okay.
Through you, Madam Chair, we have the agent on the line, and we also have a person listed who is possibly a co-agent. So maybe we can have the agent, Ken Tai, on the line. Please confirm if Armstrong Go is part of your team and will be speaking, or who is the agent that's actually speaking for this application? Ken, are you there?
Okay. Good afternoon, Madam Chair and committees. I'm Ken Tai. I confirm that I'm the agent. Armstrong is co-agent speaking. He's not speaking today. He's just listening. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you.
And my address is 400 Esna Park, Unit 3, Markham.
So we do not have any opposition for this file. Okay, since you do not have any opposition, I'm going to see whether the panel requires a presentation from you first. What about questions? Do we have any questions? Okay, we do not have any questions either. So do you have anything you want to address the panel before we move it into committee?
I have a presentation, but since we don't need it, we don't. I'm just leave it to the committee to make a decision. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Yeah. Now we are in committee. Seems there's a very straightforward application. Yeah. So, any comments or?
No, I'll just move a motion. I was going to use that same term and say it's a pretty straightforward application for an addition that's in keeping with similar homes in the neighborhood, and for that reason, I would move to approve it without any conditions.
We don't have any conditions, right? Okay, no conditions, right?
No.
No. Anyone would like to second that motion? Yeah. Paul Gauguin. Second, all in favor with no conditions. I see the last. Yeah. Okay, all unanimously approved. I have to. Thank you. It's approved. So let's move on to the next item. Is number 13 is 298 Russell Hill Road. This is to construct a new 3.5-story detached dwelling with a front integral garage and a front basement walkout, front cover porch, and a rear basement walkout with a terrace, and a rear ground floor deck, a rear second-story balcony, and exterior courtyard with the center of the dwelling, and partial green roofs on the first, second, and third story of the dwelling. Also to construct an oversized driveway. We have received a survey site plan, floor plan elevations, revised site plan, and floor plans elevations, and cover letter from the agent, and arborist report. Also, a copy is the correspondence from community planning, and sun shadow study, and presentation material from the agent. And we received support from 300 Russell Hill Road, and also 19 Parkwood Avenue, and another support from 294 Russell Hill Road. And we have received a letter of concern from 296 Russell Hill Road. Yeah.
Through you, Madam Chair, we have the agent here in person, and we do have a registered speaker listed in interest who is on the line.
Okay. So since you have some people who are who have concerns, so maybe you can give us a 5-minute presentation. Yeah.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and Committee. My name is Stephanie Au. I'm at 11 Watkinson Avenue, and I'm the agent for the owners.
Okay.
So I would like to go through a presentation and speak to the variances to provide some explanation for why we are asking for relief on these zoning items.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you. Yes, the presentation is good. So I'll begin with variances 1, 2, and 6. These are caused by our unique site condition where the grade slopes significantly upwards from the street towards the back of the property. Mm-hmm. At the front, 19 steps are needed to get up to the ground floor, where at the rear, we are only 2 steps up from grade. Mm-hmm. As a result, the calculation of average grade has made the basement level count as the first floor, mm-hmm. which means that the front porch is now considered a second-story unpermitted encroachment, which is variance number 1. Mm-hmm. Variance number 2 is similar in that the height of the main front door is now a technical variance. And item number 6, which is an FSI variance of 0.99, is an exaggerated number since the basement has been counted towards GFA. Without the basement, we would have an FSI of 0.66. Mm-hmm. If you could please go to slide number 2. Thank you. So we are requesting a variances related to the building length and depth, which are number 4 and 5. And this is to accommodate the length of the one-story indoor pool. Rather than constructing a separate pool cabana at the rear of the property, which would have elongated the amount of built form along the site, the owners wanted to keep the pool structure closer to the building. The stories above are purposefully stepped back and reduced. So the second story is 17 meters, and the third story is stepped back even more to a length of 14.89 meters. This means that the most impactful part of the building, the upper stories, is reduced as much as we could in scale and mass. Variance number 8, we are asking for a side yard setback of 1 meter, and that only applies to the one-story pool structure. I will note that the existing side yard setback of the existing building is even less at 0.89 meters. Variance number 3, if you could please go to the next slide, number 3, thank you. Variance number 3 is caused by the rear main wall height at the 3rd floor dormers. As explained earlier, the 3rd story is set back from the rest of the rear main walls, so that the dormers are read subordinate to the rest of the building, thereby reducing the impact of this variance. Despite the main wall height variance, the remainder of the main wall heights are 8.98 meters, and the overall building height of 12 meters is still maintained. Variance number 7 is related to the 2nd story deck located off of a bedroom at the rear. We had correspondence with community planning specifically related to this variance, and they had no objection to this variance as they were satisfied by the inclusion of privacy planters on all 3 exposed sides of this deck. Privacy is very important to the owners, and the planters, specifically the one on the south, have always been considered to accommodate more intensive planting of privacy shrubs. And if you could please go to the last slide, thank you. So the last 3 variances are related to the reconstruction of the front yard landscaping and driveway. The available area for soft landscaping is reduced by the fact that we need to accommodate 19 steps up to the front door. Despite this, the design of the stairs integrates built-in planters, which will provide additional soft landscaping. As well, an overhang over the front garage door is proposed to be constructed as an intensive green roof planter. And although this has not technically counted towards the landscaping calculations since it is a permitted encroachment, it does contribute to 22.75 square meters of planting. To speak to the driveway, we are reconstructing the driveway because the existing driveway has a negative slope towards the house. The newly constructed driveway will provide the minimum drainage away from the house. Community planning had no objections to the variances related to the driveway and landscaping percentages. However, they did ask that the driveway be constructed with permeable pavers to help with the soft landscaping variance, which the owners were amenable to accommodating. So as I've mentioned already, we did engage with community planning in this process, and they have no objections to the variances other than their comments related to the permeable pavers and privacy planters.
So you're 5 minutes up.
Okay.
So let's see, we will hold our questions first, and then we listen to the opposition or the person with concerns. Yeah.
Lee Liu of 296 Russell Hill Road, you've been unmuted.
Oh, hi. Hi, Madam Speaker. Hi, the committee. Thank you for your time today. So I'm Hansen Yao, resident of 296 Russell Hill Road. We are directly south to the proposed project we're speaking with. I'm speaking on behalf of my mother, who's the owner of the house. I want to preface my address by stating that we're generally supportive of the proposed project. But however, we do have some concerns we would like to raise. But at the end of the day, we respect the committee's decision on the proposed project, regardless. So the problems that we want to raise concerns are with relations to variance number 3 and variance number 4, as we have stated in our letter. So we do think that the variance in terms of the height and length would directly impact our property's access to natural light. And given that the gap between the two properties are not too wide, we believe that these variances could really directly impact, especially the backyard plants that we take pretty big pride in. I would like to talk about a bit about the history that we've had, although this might not be directly related to the hearing, but the previous owners we've had many issues with in terms of that gap between the two houses. So over the years, we've had we've had to do two fixing on that related area, and it costed over $30,000. And in particular, last summer, around June 2023, largely likely due to their lack of care, a very big tree fell into our backyard directly. I believe that process of removing the tree in the backyard and all that should be under the city's record. So that caused further damage and further inconvenience. And so our concerns with regards to the height and the length, in particular the backyard length, I believe there's a basement entrance that's extends far beyond what is currently the length. We are concerned that these modifications could impact the plantations in the backyard and further cause problems with the plantation on both sides of the properties. We would also, there's also a fence that goes around the proposed plants, the trees that are already there. I believe they're not removing them. I believe that fence belongs to us. Just wanted to verify whether the treatment to that fence would be, and then also a question on the purpose of designing the backyard entrance in the way back that extends pretty further down. So thank you again for your time. That'd be all.
Okay, thank you. Let's go back to the age. That's the only speaker, or do we have more? Okay, yeah, you will have some 5 minutes to address his concern. Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
Thank you. I did see that 296 had submitted a letter of concern.
We can't hear you. Can you speak?
Oh, sorry.
I'll turn the mic on. Is it on?
It's on. I did see that the neighbor at 296 did submit a letter of concern. At the time, the letter was mostly, I think, regarding the height of our proposal, which is the main wall height at the rear. And their concerns in their letter were regarding the shadowing impacts of our proposal. I wrote an email in response to them, but didn't hear back. And it was mostly to explain that we, being located north of their property, actually have negligible shadowing impact on their property. We did execute shadow studies as a result, just to make sure what our impact was. And to sort of facilitate what the shadow studies were showing, we also modeled the as-of-right massing on the site, just to see like the comparison between the two, noting that the as-of-right massing actually does create more shadows to our neighbor to the north, just because we are, our main wall heights are lower than what is allowable generally, other than the ones at the rear, and we are still within the allowable 12-meter height. And the fact that our third story does step back to just under 15 meters, where if we were to build as of right, it would fully extend to the full 17 meters and create more massing on site. So to address the neighbor's concern regarding the fencing and the planting, we do have a landscape architect and an arborist engaged to deal with the plantings and the trees on site. There are 2 trees proposed to be removed. Those are within the footprint of the building, so we will need those removed to facilitate the construction. Otherwise, all of the other site trees that will be impacted are going through an injury permit process with urban forestry, with the adequate protection being provided.
Thank you. Yeah. Thank you very much. Any question to the, I do have just a quick question to clarify. You have some revised drawings. Why do you need the revised drawing? Are they any different from the one submitted?
No, the proposal remains the same. In discussion with community planning, when we did reach out to them, they requested the driveway be indicated to be constructed with permeable pavers.
Oh, I see. That's the only change, difference.
We added the permeable paver note, and there was a planter added on the balcony, on the north side of the balcony, which wasn't there on the original drawings.
Okay, thank you. Yeah. Yeah, questions, yeah.
Question. So the letter in support that you have from the neighbor to the north at 300 Russell Hill mentions that there were discussions about the HVAC and generator units. So the placement on your site plan, that's the placement they agreed to?
Yes.
And would you have any concerns with this tying approval to the site plan?
The generator, I don't think we have any issues with. The exact locations, I cannot guarantee their exact dimensions and locations because we don't have the HVAC design completed yet. But generally, their locations, we would expect them to be maintained on the north side of the property where they're generally shown on the site plan.
Okay, yeah, and so if the wording is in substantial accordance with the site plan, that would probably cover if the units are slightly different.
Yes, we agreed to place them generally where they're shown.
Okay.
And so okay, yeah, please go ahead.
One more question to you, Madam Chair. Regarding the three, are you removing private-owned trees or city trees?
There's two private-owned trees that are being removed.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any more questions? Okay, we do not have any more questions. Now we are in committee. Okay, yeah. So if we're going to approve, we have to tie them to the revised site plan for the permanent paver, and also there's a deck, something?
No, for the HVAC, for the air conditioning and generator unit, please.
Yeah, but isn't there a planter or something? As you mentioned. Sorry, can I get back?
That was agreed with planning, so.
Yeah. So we're on the tie to that plan. Which drawings are showing the planter?
It can be found on the site plan drawing and also A202.
A2?
A202.
A202.
So it sounds like if we tie it substantially to the site plan, it sort of covers all of those things. Yeah.
All right. Yeah, so, okay, any more comments, or we have a motion?
I'm not actually sure how I feel about the application. I was more asking those questions in case we do approve it. It is asking for a lot. And like when I read through the actual variances, I wasn't really sure about it. Looking at the plans, the truth is the plans are actually pretty attractive, and I think maybe mitigate some of the impacts.
Yes.
But the attractiveness of the plans is not something we're supposed to be considering. And so if I just look at the sheer numbers and some of the things like the front entrance being essentially on the second story, they're asking to raise that front entrance pretty high.
Yeah. One thing I know that is gone through zoning for zoning review, but I'm just a little bit confused. A lot of times this building length is also considered a below grade structure. It seems that in this one is excluding the basement walkout, which has got a room underneath.
Yeah, although the length I think is even longer than the basement walkout because it does include the pool, and the pool goes further back than.
Oh no, but then that's the thing. I was looking at it. It seems that it's not. It does not include the walkout, and it seems that. You think so? You think that?
Yeah, I think
on the dimension is 2660. It does.
I think it just goes to the back of the pool.
Yeah, but it's. Oh, I see what you're saying. I see what. Yeah, actually, as I look at the site plan, you're right.
Does not include the walkout. I just thought a little bit confused. Maybe we have to get out from the committee and let the applicant clarify that. So, you said that you're asking for a length variance, which is 26.66. But when I look at your plan, it's only it does not include the basement walkout. And you're in a basement walkout. There's actually when the stair there is, the basement plan has a room there. I usually, I mean, I'm not questioning the zoning notice because they have gone through review. But I just, usually it's not our experience. We also consider the below grade is part of the length.
Yes. The building length being requested is only for that one-story portion at the north, though the basement does align with that one-story portion. The walkout, the exterior walkout is beyond that, but...
I understand, but in your drawing, it seems that it does not include it. But if you're drawing, you zoom in the dimension that you put in. The way up there, 26.66, it stopped at that. Does not include the walkout.
That's correct. The length does not include the walkout.
Yeah, are you sure that is accurate? Your length, you only asked for 26.66. You're not asking for more?
We're not asking for more.
Mm-hmm. And that's, to me, is a strange thing.
Drawings, it makes a little, of the basement, it makes a little more sense because I think the room comes up to the start of the walkout, and the argument is that the walkout itself is outside.
Is outside, yeah.
Yeah, but it's below, it's a structure below. But anyway, but that's my observation, but I may be wrong. I'm not the reason.
I think it's because it's open to above. I think it's not considered as GFA.
And not GFA, I mean the length.
And length too, I think, for that purpose. Yeah, I had some concerns too at the start. The length and depth are significant. But I mean, I think the fact that it's limited to one story for a large portion gave me some comfort. And I noticed the property to the north has it's not in all the plans, but it's in some of them, has a pretty extensive rear deck and it's covered. Basically goes back to that 26-meter portion, and I think that this kind of lines up with that. And the portion that is open on the south side of the proposal is kind of in line with the neighbor to the south. So I do think it's pushing the length and depth, but I think I can support it.
Yeah, I agree. When I look at the side elevation, the second and the third floor setbacks quite a bit.
And to that point, I think if we do approve it, I would like to see it tied to the side elevations as well to capture that massing.
Yes, the massing is important, I think. Yeah. In order to support the length, it's a substantial increase. Okay, any more comments, or we have a motion here? Yeah.
I can move a motion. For the reasons I said before, I think this is pushing the kind of limits of what is minor, but I think it's being done sensitively. And so I would move approval of the application, tying it to site plan, which is showing permeable pavers, and also tie it to the substantially in accordance with these side elevations as well.
Yes.
North and south.
Do you want to include urban forestry condition too? Because they said that they will injure some private trees.
I guess just for
side elevations and site plan. Okay, revised site plan, right? Okay. Okay, that's the motion. Anyone would like to second that motion? Yeah, Mr. Paul Gauguin, second. All in favor with the conditions and. Okay, all in favor. Unanimously approved. Thank you for coming. Yes. All right, so now we have done. We move to number 14, 981 Dundas Street West. The purpose for this application is to permit the conversion of existing two-story auxiliary building, is one laneway suite with a second-story terrace, into a home occupation use, an office space. There are two residential units on this lot, with the main 2.5-story semi-detached dwelling, which will be maintained and unaltered. We have received a survey site plan, floor plan elevations, and 5 photographs of the property, and a project brief from the agent, and an order to comply issue. And we have received a letter of interest or concern from 893 Dundas West.
Through you, Madam Chair, we have the agent online as well as a speaker here in person to this item. And I will also note for the record, it appears that the purpose should be amended to reflect, to legalize and maintain the existing two-story ancillary building and to permit the conversion of the existing two-story ancillary building, et cetera. Given there is an order to comply on the site, we can have the agent also comment on that, but it appears that the purpose should be amended to add in reference to legalize and maintain the existing two-story building, ancillary building.
Okay. Yeah, we note that. Okay, let's have the agent then. Yeah.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My name is Graham Asquith of 123 Front Street.
Okay, you do have a person in opposition who would like to get a presentation from you for 5 minutes. Yeah.
Thank you, Madam Chair. First, I would just like to thank city staff who we've worked with closely throughout the permitting process. Our client, Matthew House Toronto, is a faith-based organization which offers support and housing to refugees across 6 homes within the city. Through securing Provincial Trillium Foundation funding, Matthew House was able to expand one of its 6 refugee homes. 981 Dundas was chosen to be expanded upon due to its potential to allow for a laneway suite at the rear of the property, which could be built within the secured funding and tight timelines stipulated by the Trillium Foundation. While the site provides ample room for a laneway suite to be built as of right, there are limited and challenging fire route access to the rear of the property. A permit was issued after extensive collaboration with the city on the contingency that occupancy could not occur until the main wall of the existing house was moved to accommodate the required fire access width. This approach allowed for funding deadlines to be met and construction to begin. Since the issuance of both the permit to construct the suite and the permit to relocate the main wall, Assembly Corp has begun examining the relocation process with the conclusion that the process to do so would be prohibitively costly and time-consuming. With the relocation of the wall costing upwards of $100,000, the process would not be financially feasible due to limited funding availability. As such, it is proposed to reclassify the laneway suite into an ancillary office structure by removing the bedroom and kitchen, as the same fire requirements do not apply to non-residential structures, avoiding any costly wall relocations. The vast majority of variances in front of you today are being requested to enable the laneway suite to be converted into the office space. By doing so, Matthew House will be able to relocate office space that currently exists in the main residence to the new structure, allowing for more accommodation for refugees in the main residence. While the ancillary structure are not controlled by the laneway suite bylaw, the variances remain minor and conform to the intent of the official plan and zoning bylaws, as the structure and built form itself remain in alignment with the as-of-right laneway suite permissions. An additional variance has been requested to correct the non-conformance with the rear yard setback due to an error in the pre-built survey when constructing the building. Thank you, and I'm happy to answer any questions at this time.
We will hold our questions then. Let's listen to the opposition and then we get back to you.
Hello. Good afternoon. My name is Marco Centofanti, 983 Dundas Street West. We've been residents there for my family for over 62 years. And the reason we are here is because of the variances and the permissions and the construction permits that were allowed. As it stands, the variance number 2, it says that a minimum requirement setback is 3.21 meters. And they have, the building is located as 0.73 meters. The building was placed exactly where it was. It was torn down and replaced exactly the same position it was before with no setbacks allowed. The problem with this also is that since then, less a week ago, a 5-riser set of stairs were built from the laneway to a raised building that is over 700 millimeters high. So compared to where my garage is to this structure right next door, built on the west lot line, it's 700 mils higher than the laneway, which they proceeded to permit to build concrete steps right there, where I've never seen this in Toronto before. Many neighbors have complained because it sticks right outside everybody else's garage. And yeah, and the frost protection in this is not protected. I say the constructabilities. I've asked many times, I've sent emails to this company and to the homeowners on how they allow them to construct on my property to raise this elevation of their garage building. They've put gravel stone and placed it up against my block garage to elevate their structure. How that had happened, I do not understand how that was able to be permitted. They've built right on that west lot line, which I see no adjustment for any rainwater, any flow to go, because the lot actually goes from the front and to the south, it goes down, where that rainwater runoff will go. And because I do have a setback from that west lot line of 150, and with the stairs being built in the front, that water will go underneath and flow directly onto my property and down against my garage to the lane. There's no means, so this has no footings, this structure has no footings, it's a structural slab on grade. I've asked the question, the frost protection, any studies, any engineered reports on frost and how it would affect. It's a 2-story structure, twice as high as it is wide, and 1 inch on the east side would tilt the top structure 2 inches to the west or 50 mils to the west into my line, property line. If I was to, in the future, build something, this would impede on our building of a structure as well, and I've got no replies or answers to any of this. On the west lot line, there is no frost protection. My garage wall, if it came down to future prospects of building something there as well, when I go below the elevation of the garage, of existing elevation of my garage, which is already lower than theirs. So the stone that they pushed up against my block would fall into my property, leaving their sides exposed without frost protection, and maybe I'd be limited and liable for protecting their work if nothing has been said today. I'd like to know the accountability and responsibility for today's on that and the future responsibility for that. On the front variation that the gentleman explained is that we are in construction of a fence on the property line from the west property line between the two of us to the north, due to the fact that there is a lot of high traffic, people coming in and out, walking on predominantly that's our property. And we're afraid, and we made them notice that a long time ago that we would be putting up a fence. If any was to slip or fall on the snow or ice, we'd be responsible, and we don't want that responsibility in the future because of the high volume of traffic that does come through. So the variance on how they're going to get through, whether it's being permitted or not, there isn't that much space there to begin with. And I don't see that on any of their variances here as it stands. We're deeply concerned about this. They've made letters to us saying that if we do not give permission to use our property for the permit, then they would be taking down part of the existing structure. So now this is something that's completely different, which they're proposing. My main concern as well is the construction in the back, using our property, raising our elevation, and using our structure as a formwork to hold back their aggregates. They did not use they could have built a slab-on-grade beam that would hold their aggregate and act as a wall separating them. Instead, they just built right on top of it. These aren't minor things at all.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, any question to the speaker? Yeah. Thank you.
Just a quick. Yeah. So are you located on the west side of the subject property, right?
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, actually, yeah, I can see what you're pointing at. The entrance is actually quite higher than the grade, and it doesn't show any.
It's.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, any more questions? Otherwise, we could get back to the agent. Maybe he can address some of your concerns. Yeah.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm happy to address some of those concerns now, if you please.
Yes, you have 5 minutes to do that. Yeah.
Thank you. So just to begin with, to start, the frost protection. So the slab on grade, it is correct that it's a slab on grade, but it would be classified as an insulated slab on grade. So generally, they're not prone to frost. They've been engineered and designed that way. As well, I know our site super has offered to provide information showing that. And again, I would be happy to reiterate that or send any materials that the gentleman would like to see that it is an insulated slab, not an unprotected slab. So frost should not be an issue here. As well, I believe the second point there was around grade. So we have not significantly altered the grade on site. And where we have had fill, it is in the same area that soil would have been in the pre-construction condition. So if you were to construct on your site previously, there would have been soil in the same location that we now have a granular fill to support our slab on grade. All of this grading plan has been approved by the building department as shown on the plans in front of you today.
Mm-hmm. That's it? Oh,
yeah. Comment on the exit door on the laneway. Why is it so high off the ground, and what's going on there?
Yeah, the east elevation shows very well. If you go to the east elevation, which is A4, let's bring up the A4. I have question there too, because it seems that you have indicating all these elevations, floor and the established grade, but there's no distance or dimension from the ground floor to the grade at this side. They seem to be quite high, but you don't have any dimension there. Do you know the dimension, please?
Unfortunately, off the top of my head, I don't know the dimension, Madam Chair.
It's on the drawings, but it's a miss. What my concern is that it seems that you do need more than 2 steps. Maybe some of the plans showing a couple of steps going up there, but it seems that you might need, because if the established grade is already minus 140, so it seems that you need another 4, maybe 4 steps or something. So will that change your variance? Because your rear yard setback, is the rear yard setback is it 7.3? Is it referring to this setback or the main building? What your required rear yard setback is 3.21, right? And then
correct.
you're proposing
the rear yard setback.
Yeah. But
the rear yard setback would be referencing this wall, Madam Chair, and it would be measured to the main wall of this building or structure,
yes.
Not any steps.
The steps will not be included it will be just the main wall is considered, not the, if you build steps there, it will not be affecting your rear yard setback, right?
Correct, Madam Chair, that's my understanding.
There's no steps from that door down to grade?
But they're not showing it. On the elevation, they're not showing it. On the plan, it seems that they try to show some couple of steps, I think.
Is it even on the plan? On the site plan, it looks like it's just paved as though it's going to be a rather steep ramp.
Yeah. It shows like a little pathway. So yeah, can you explain that, because it seems that you can't get up there without jumping up if you only have a ramp or something.
Look in the photo.
Yeah.
There's a photo on page 619 of our package that shows it well as built.
But then it doesn't have anything there though.
No, it's a floating door.
Yeah. I
understand that we understand that stairs have been poured recently.
Yeah. What is the applicant's name? Can you explain that to us? From the photographs, it's also showing the door is quite high. Can you explain to us what are you building there? A ramp or steps?
Yeah, currently as built, there are steps there. These plans are just slightly outdated and do not show that.
So, the steps will be within your property line, right?
Correct.
Okay.
So, can I?
Yes,
Madam Chair. So I just have a question. I was repeating the question of the concern of your neighbor on the west side. Are you encroaching to their property line? Are you building because the neighbor had a concern regarding your west wall of your on your property, the building, Garden Suite that you're building, is actually encroaching to his property? Would you please explain?
Certainly. Through you, Madam Chair, we are not encroaching, so we have a 0 lot setback on the west side, but we are not encroaching onto any neighboring properties. It's just a 0 line setback.
Would you please answer the question that the neighbors had, that your structure is actually leaning on their backyard garage structure?
Yep, I'm happy to. Through you, Madam Chair. So I believe he was referencing the fill below the grade. So yes, soil and granular fill would lean against a neighboring structure, but that would be the same if there was no building there, because there is a grade change between the two lots. So the 981 Dundas is slightly higher than its neighboring property to the west. So even if there was no building or the previous garage that was there, any soil at grade would be leaning against their property just due to the grade change and how the existing built form exists.
So it means if in the future the neighbor wants to just demolish their structure, it won't affect your properties? Means it can stand alone?
That is correct. They may have shoring requirements, which would be similar for any building within the city. Say, for example, your neighbor had an underground parking garage, you would be required for the shoring that their property wouldn't be damaged, and that's a standard procedure.
Regarding the question also that that my colleague asked you earlier regarding the back of the building, so because this structure have been built on a little bit elevated from the street and the back, so and then is the Garden Suite built to the property line in the back? Or you have a setback?
So there is a setback there. So the strong dashed line is the property line, and I believe it is just over 0.7 meters.
So the setback is 0.7 meters?
Just slightly over. If we can just flip to the variances there, it'll have the exact number.
It's 73.73. Yeah.
Yes, thank you.
Sorry, it's in centimeter or 0.7?
0.73 meter.
Okay, so and that 0.73 meter is enough for having couple stairs coming?
Yes, that is correct.
All right, can I?
Yes.
During his initial presentation, he said that there was a wall that was pre-construction survey was deemed to be usable, and then it wasn't, and it was extraordinarily expensive, which triggered this. Can you please reconfirm what you were saying about a wall or that it's very confusing, because it sounds like this is a brand new building on this piece of property. So I'm unclear why there's a issue with an existing wall or an existing structure on the site.
Yeah.
Certainly. So for a laneway suite, there's a required width from the front of the property to the rear of the property to access the suite in the case of a fire. Unfortunately, that width cannot be met between the existing building at the front of the property and the property line, so it's just slightly under. So to meet the fire requirements for a laneway suite, we would have to relocate that western wall of the existing building over about 0.5 meter to meet the fire access requirements, but that would only be in the case that the existing structure, or sorry, the proposed structure remains a laneway suite and not an auxiliary structure.
Oh, I see. So when you determine, we classify the auxiliary building as office, it does not require that the width?
Yes, that is correct.
Oh, now I understand. But before, yeah, that's the one that I got confused because the proposal has not changed. It's only the reclassify as an office building. Because in terms of office building, is it because the occupancy load is less? Is that why they do not require that access width? Do you know?
Yeah,
what?
through you.
Yeah.
Through you, Madam Chair, my understanding is as nobody will be occupying the structure as a living space, the requirements are different. So nobody will be sleeping in it overnight or having it as their main dwelling unit. So it won't require that width.
Okay. All right.
Through the chair to the applicant, can they please speak to the order to comply and if that is also applicable to this current proposal or if that was only applicable to the laneway suite for residential purposes? Because as it stands right now, you still have an order to comply on the property that is active and open, correct?
That is correct. Through you, Madam Chair,
Yes.
this order to comply does still apply even if the use was changed. However, the variance for the rear yard setback presented to you today would correct this, and we would be able to reapply for the building permit with the corrected rear yard setback.
And then you might be able to eliminate or delete the order to comply because it's not, you are not moving that wall anyway, right? Yeah.
Yes, that is correct.
Yeah. Okay.
So can I ask why this wall isn't built where it was that you had permission to build it? Why wasn't it a meter off? The rear wall setback measured to 0.91. Is that what we're talking about? It's the same rear wall setback? Oh, I see. I'm not sure. I don't understand this.
Well, if we look at the order to comply, maybe you can help clarify for us, because it says remove the contravening construction and construct rear wall as per the issued permit plans by March 12. Yeah, and maybe you can help explain for us which rear wall, what they mean by the rear wall, and what my colleague was asking, why it wasn't constructed per the plans.
Yeah, happy to. So the rear wall of the laneway suite, so not the existing structure, but of the laneway suite or auxiliary structure, it was constructed about 10 centimeters too close to the lot line. So that's why the order to comply was issued. It was an error in the pre-built survey, which did not accurately show the property line as angled. So a portion of the rear wall of the laneway suite is about 10 centimeters, was built 10 centimeters closer than it was supposed to be due to the error in the pre-built survey.
Okay, so it was built in the location indicated on the plans, but the actual variance given wasn't the right one because the plans, when you first got variances for the laneway suite, were not accurate. Like the survey wasn't showing the orientation of the lot.
That is correct.
So, can I ask?
Okay, yes.
So just through you, Madam Chair, a question regarding the error and the survey. Is the error and the survey regarding the boundary between your property and the property on the west, 983?
No, it was between them and the park.
Them and the park?
Yeah, it's rear yard.
On the south side, rear side. Sorry, can you confirm that we're right with that understanding?
Yes.
That is correct. So it was just the angle of the southern lot line, so between 981 Dundas and the laneway, not the western property. The survey in front of you there is an as-built survey, so this one is correct and accurate as to what is on site today.
Okay. So another question. In your presentation, you mentioned that this owner is providing housing for refugees. Is that correct? And this laneway house is designed to accommodate some of the need of the city's refugees settlement. Is that correct?
That is correct. So currently in the existing structure north of this site, there is office space within the building. By constructing this, the client will be able to relocate that office space from the main building to the auxiliary structure, allowing for additional housing for refugees within the city.
So then this laneway housing solely is built to provide office spaces, correct?
That is correct.
So to just relocate the office, which was in the original building, so that they can have more space in the actual building, is that correct?
That is correct.
But can we build the laneway suite as an office? Is the office is a permitted use for the laneway suite?
No, that's why they come here.
The variance they're asking for. It's not.
That's what they're asking for.
That is the variance they want.
Yeah. Yes. Okay, any more questions?
Yeah. The first one.
Okay, no more questions. Now we are in committee. Okay, let's discuss. Oh, no, sorry, we are in committee now. We have given you time to speak away. I'm sorry.
Well, then there's going to be some kind of lawsuit here because he's on my property. He's not saying the true things here.
I'm sorry, and also the property dispute is really beyond the committee's mandate. If there's a property dispute, like the property line dispute, is not addressed.
Building construction on my property.
Sir, we understand, but that would be a civil matter. So what's before the committee today is these minor variances. So you've had your 5 minutes. So please, we can't allow any further discussion. It's now in committee.
Yes, thank you. Okay.
I would make some comments about that, which just exactly what the Secretary Treasurer said, and anything having to do with construction, it's not before us. We're only here to deal with variances. So almost all of the issues you raised actually don't have anything to do with us. How they've constructed the below grade, so all of those are issues to be dealt with by the building department in likelihood. And if you do have an issue that you believe requires civil action, that's what you need to do. But we're only considering the variances. So the variances themselves, none of them have to really do with essentially any of the issues that you raised today.
Variance number 2 does.
Okay, thank you. Yeah. All right, that's good comment. People do not know. Sometimes we have to remind them. Yeah. Okay. Other comment? Yeah.
Otherwise, if I do look at the variances, I think the impact of the variances they're actually asking for is fairly minor. I think the main variance number 1 about the occupancy, that really is the main variance. That's what sort of brought them back here.
I think so.
And to move the office from the main building to the ancillary building, I actually think an office use on a laneway might not be appropriate in necessarily every circumstance, but I think in this location where it's behind a main street strip along Dundas Road, and where it's facing a park, so it's not as though we're having, we'd have the office workers just walking down a laneway, and I think those are maybe the concerns against this type of use.
Yeah, I think that it's not just the, the park, which is like there's no buildings there, but it actually not even attached to the park. There's a laneway separating it. I think that the impact even to the park is minimal.
Yeah, but I also think the impact is minimal because there's no, I guess what I hadn't said, but what was sort of implied in my mind is there's no rear neighbors. So it's not as though rear neighbors are going to be upset by, oh, our lane is being used for people picking up and dropping off office workers and deliveries and all of those that office traffic. That impact is mitigated by the location.
Yeah. Yes.
Just, I mean, there's obviously been some disagreements on this from, especially with the neighbor, and it's unfortunate because I think we're kind of missing the big picture that this is a really good project, right, in terms of what it's delivering. Additional refugee housing, and it's unfortunate that it had to come this way, but I mean, I think what's being proposed is an actually pretty smart workaround to legalize this existing structure that's basically almost an as of right laneway suite, but now just as a home occupation.
Yes, yes.
I would encourage the agent to reach out with the neighbor because I think obviously there's some misunderstandings or disagreements on the actual structural elements, and I hope that they can come to some agreement on that. But I think the variances that they're asking for are appropriate given the situation.
Yeah, okay. And more comments, or we have a motion? Yes, please. Yeah, no, you don't have to be quickly. Just make your amendment.
It's just that when you look at it as an accessory structure.
Can you speak a little louder?
When you look at it as an ancillary building or structure, it's not minor. It's double, it's twice as tall, it's 4 times bigger. So I just think that it's the wrong, I agree it's a workaround, but I think it's completely not compliant with an ancillary structure. So, and I think that it looks like it's covering a lot of bad practices that occurred to get to this point, in my mind. So, I won't support this. I don't think that I don't think that I think the variance process that they went through previously allowed them to build an appropriate use for that site, and I think now that they weren't compliant with what their permission they were given, now they're taking another route, and I don't support that. So thanks.
It actually, those comments raise another question, which is why isn't the variance they're looking for to repair the non-compliance of the access from the front to the back and leaving this as a laneway suite?
Well, because they said that if the laneway suite, they will have to provide that wider access.
Yeah, no, I know, but
if it's
that's,
office, they don't have
that wider access. Is that not also a zoning issue? Like, couldn't they just be before us asking for a variance for that, for not providing that access, or is it a fire code issue?
It's
and
the emergency services standard that they have.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, that the fire access is a requirement on its own. Even the distance to the fire hydrant, they do not come to us. But if you're beyond that distance, you have to comply.
Okay, that makes sense.
Okay.
And my comment is that I carefully listened to applicant neighbors, and I'm still not convinced that this is a good development. I don't believe it's a very good proposal for auxiliary building, and I think it's too big for that area. I understand that some of my colleagues, I agree with them that the back of the property is looking to a park. So in that terms, they have a completely different situation and have a different view. But still, that's not convincing for me to just to approve this application. It's not minor, and still, I think that they have the order to comply I'm not convinced.
But yes, I hear you. But if you look at the photograph of the back, there's a building almost as big and as tall as what they propose, right? One house over. Yeah. So I was thinking that it's not out of place if you consider that one. It's exactly about the same height, about the same width. But I do not know about the depth because
And
I
then
can't
the
see.
building.
Oh, sorry.
No problem.
Yeah.
And the lot, the floor area, the permitted is 40 square meter. This one is 86.19 square meter. Means more than twice the permitted. So I don't see it minor at all. Like this, I'm talking about variance number 5. That one alone, it's not minor.
And I come back to those variances really just existing because of variance number 1 of the change of use, because I think the chair's point is a good one, that this this laneway is ultimately, especially given its location right downtown and facing a park, it's going to be lined with, in 10 or 15 years, it's going to be lined with 100% homes of the exact same massing, size, GFA as this. The only difference for this one is the use, and so the variances are very large compared to an ancillary building that would be permitted for this use, and I don't disagree with that. But it really comes down to whether or not the use is appropriate here, because all of the other variances sort of flow from that.
Yeah, because actually Dundas Street West here in this location is very mixed use. It's actually a lot of commercial. It's right on the main street, right? Like Dundas, and then they have a luxury of facing a park, so they will not affect another row of housing. And I'm thinking that in the long term, that the whole laneway will probably with laneway street will popping up. So I think that in the long term it will fit the context.
Yeah, but we will set the example for other development.
No,
by
because
approving.
it's site specific. Yeah. No, I think I agree with you. Because another point is that we usually have also a requirement from the distance from the laneway house to the main house is 7.5. It's sometimes for two-story. But it seems that they do not have that problem here. Means that the site is long enough at the current site, long enough to have that separation. Yeah.
Yeah, I know we've approved several, at least 2 laneway suites on that one block facing the park.
Yeah, facing the park.
It's wonderful, yeah.
It's actually a very pleasant laneway street. You're facing a park like that. So, okay. Any more comment? And do we have a motion? Let's get a motion going. See how it goes.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'll bring a motion. I mean, I think we all agree that the process wasn't ideal and it should have gone another way. But I do think that the outcome is positive. So I'm going to move approval of the application with the amended purpose without condition.
Yes. Anyone want to second that? Yeah. Okay. Philip second, and then all in favor with the amended purpose clause. 3-2. Both Paul. Oh, 4. Okay. Yeah, Paul Gauguin and Ms. West dissented. You have 3-2. Yeah. It's approved with the amended purpose clause. Thank you. Yeah.
Through the chair, we still have a few more items before the 2 o'clock time slot. Does everybody need a quick comfort break? Okay.
5 minutes?
Okay, so we'll take a 5-minute break here. We've been going for quite some time.
Okay.
And then we will return. Everybody, please turn off your videos, Paul.
A little bit more like 10 minutes?
Sure, we can do 10 minutes. Thank you.
5 minutes before we start this.
All right.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, sounds better, right? There, there will be a total of 2 residential dwelling units on this lot. One in the main dwelling and the other one is a garden suite. We receive a survey site plan, floor plan elevations, revised site plan, floor plan and elevations, and a red line public notice, and a revised zoning waiver, and a cover letter from the agent, arborist report, and also comparable minor variance approval map from the agent. We receive advisory report from Metrolinx, and we receive support from 42 REDPATH Avenue and also 209 Sudan Avenue. We've received 5 formal letters in support, all on REDPATH and Hillsdale Avenue. That's all.
Through you, Madam Chair, we have the agent on the line as well as an interested speaker. And I note that there is a red line public notice that was submitted and a revised zoning waiver.
Yes.
So perhaps the agent can just start by clarifying any revised variances.
Yes.
Glenn Rubinoff, you've been unmuted.
Yes, good afternoon. It's Glenn Rubinoff. I'm the agent for the homeowner here. If you like, I can begin.
Yes, please, we do. Yeah.
So on the red line notice,
Yeah.
variance number 1 is related to the rear yard soft landscaping. We have increased the soft landscaping to 34%.
Okay.
Previously, we had 28.4%. That's the change.
That's the only change, right?
It's the only change, yeah.
Yeah, okay. And you said you have a revised zoning waiver. Why is it a waiver? Or is it you do not have enough time for a new zoning notice? Yeah.
Exactly. Yes, exactly.
Okay, thank you.
It was after our discussions with city planning that we came up with something that they felt was acceptable, but it was too short time frame to get an updated note.
Thank you. I think you do have a position, right, to speak, a person in interest. So we require a 5-minute presentation from you. You can start now. Yeah.
Sure, thank you. So yes, this is an application for a garden suite. Part of the garden suite comes from an existing garage. It's an existing 3-car garage on the site. Part of it's being retained as part of the garden suite, plus a small addition into the rear yard. So we're adding about 30 square meters of additional space to create a garden suite for our client. It's a 1-story suite, I should point out as well. And we have gone through the variances. A lot of the variances are related to existing setbacks of the existing garage. It is to create an additional living suite for my client's brother. And it has been made accessible as well. And basically it's just to add that suite for them. So I'll leave it there. Curious to see, what concern is being expressed. We do have 5 letters of support, all from immediate immediate neighbors. Thank you.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, we will get back to you with some question maybe, and because we're going to hear the opposition now. Yeah.
Sean McGaffey, you have been unmuted, and could you also indicate the position that you are taking on this file, because we don't have you listed as being in support or opposition?
Sure. So just quickly, Sean McGaffey, 90 Eglinton Avenue East, Suite 970, Toronto, Ontario, M4P2Y3. And I'm retained by the owner of 209 Sudden, which is the property directly to the east. We did submit a letter to the committee here. I think you guys have a long agenda, and Mr. Rubinoff has done an excellent job with this file, from my opinion. Really just asking the committee that should this application be approved, we would like to see it tied to the site plan and the east elevation. And that my client really has no concerns with the proposal as presented in those plans, and it's in support of the application. Happy to answer any questions. The letter provides draft condition language for your consideration. Thank you.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, that's good. So is that all the speakers? Yes, let's get back, bring back the agent. There's only one question. They want to tie your proposal with the site elevation and the site plan. Do you agree with that?
Of course. That's the intention.
Okay, thank you. Any question to the applicant? Yes, we do, yes. Can you,
The variance 5 for the bike parking, it looks like there are many different spaces within the property that bike parking could be located. Is there a reason why this variance is needed?
That's a very good point. We were trying to avoid adding more hard surface space on the property. Considering there's a double garage and it is for family, they just would be using the garage for that opportunity. So it was really just to limit the creating additional hard surface. That's it.
Okay, to be honest, I was kind of wondering why it wasn't indicated in the garage, because I have seen that on other applications. But so that's the intention, is if this unit owner needs it, that's where they'll put it.
Yes, absolutely.
Okay, thanks.
Yes, actually, I in my note, I have seen some of your drawings showing this bicycle. It's the north elevations. It seems that you have drawn some bicycles there.
We did show a spot there, which only indicate it was meant as a kind of a conceptual spot for a bicycle, but technically the requirements for 2 spaces would have asked us to encroach further into the yard to create 2 legal spots. So we just decided, rather than start to encroach, they may very well, put a bike there, but it's required 2, and that's because it would have exceeded it a bit. We just said let's just not corner ourselves too much because of the garage.
Okay, thank you. All right. Any more questions? All right. We do not have any more questions to you. We are going to be in committee now. Okay. Yeah.
Chair?
Yes.
Can I bring in a motion?
Yes, please. Yes.
Thanks. I think this is a really reasonable application. I like the fact that it's limited to 1 story and they're using the existing building and just extending it out. The variance is required to get there. I think are minor. I think they've made attempts to improve the soft yard, soft landscaping, which is good. And I know there are limitations to how much that can be improved. So I think it's very reasonable, and I do agree that I think the request by the neighbors for the conditions is reasonable as well. So I move approval of the application as amended, variance 1 increasing, and with the condition that the development be approved with substantially in accordance with the site plan and the east elevation drawings.
Yes, yeah, that's the motion. Anyone like to, yeah, Ms. West wants to second. All approve with the conditions. Yeah, thank you. Next one is number 16. It's 52 Glenside Avenue. This is to construct a new 2.5-story detached dwelling with a front integral garage, rear ground floor deck, and a front second-story balcony, and a front third floor patio on the roof of the second story below, and a side rear southwest third floor rooftop terrace. The existing rear detached garage and the dwelling will be demolished. We also receive a site plan, a survey site plan, floor plan elevations, and a revised site plan, and cover letter from the agent, and also we have an arborist report. We received comment from Metrolinx and also support from 21 signature petition in support. Yeah.
Through you, Madam Chair, I believe that's 20, yes, that's 21 signature petition in support.
Yeah.
Okay, so we have 2 agents listed, and we have a registered speaker listed in interest. So can we have the agent that will be representing this application on the line speak your name and address, please, for the record?
Sure. Good afternoon, Madam Speaker and member of the committee. My name is Armstrong Wall. Address of our office is 8333 Kennedy Road, Unit 2003, Markham. I'm representing the owner of the property at 52 Glenside Avenue.
Yeah. So you will be the only one speaking on the application, right?
Yes.
Okay. You do have someone in with concern, so we will require you to give us a 5-minute presentation.
Sounds good. So the project overview, the proposed renovation is designed to better meet the needs of owners' growing family by providing additional living space and improving the overall functionality of the home. Importantly, while we are requesting variances, our design has been carefully developed to respect the character of the neighborhood and adhere to the overall intent of the zoning bylaws. So, like you said, our client has received significant support from the surrounding neighbors, indicating that their approval of the proposed renovation. This demonstrates that the project aligned with the expectations and values of the local community. There's strong local support for these changes. The variances that we are requesting, number one, is the floor space index. So the main contributing factor to the increase in FSI is the inclusion of the attic area in our design. The attic area utilizes the building's height to create additional living space without increasing the overall building height, without increasing it to be more than the bylaw would accept. As shown on page 9, EP3 of the submitted drawings. The additional space is crucial for family needs, providing necessary bedrooms and living areas. The design does not increase the overall building height. It remains consistent with the existing structure, ensuring the visual impact on the neighborhood is minimized. And then the north side yard setback. So as we indicate on the site plan on page 1 of the submitted drawings, the proposed footprint of the north side wall will be the same. And the north wall of the house remains unchanged. Preserving this footprint allows us to maintain the character and the continuity of the streetscape, minimizing any potential disruption. And the third variance is minor variance is the roof eaves projection. We have since revised the design so that instead of 0 meters from the north lot line, now it's 0.16 meters, so 1 inch projected from the north wall. The wall position, again, is not changed. The adjustment to the roof eaves ensures that the relationship between the house and the lot is improved, while still preserving the existing form. So in conclusion, the variances are minor in nature, appropriate for the context, and respect the intent of the zoning bylaws. We believe the strong support from the neighbors further reinforced that the project's in harmony with the community. The proposed renovation would allow homeowners to better utilize their property without compromising the character of the neighborhood. So respectfully request the committee to approve these variances to allow the project to proceed, and thank you for your consideration.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, we will get back to you. We would like to hear the person. Oh, okay, sure, please, just clarify. Yeah, we have.
Sorry, just for a quick clarification, did I understand right that you're amending variance number 3 to be 0.16 meters?
That's right, that's right.
Okay, thank you.
Oh, okay, yeah, that's a good point. So 0.6.
0.16.
16, sorry. Yeah. So this. All right, so let's have the person in. Yeah, that's good.
Francesca Santella, you've been unmuted.
Thank you. Hi, my name is Francesca Santella. I am the new owner of 50 Glenside Avenue, which is the property to the south of 52.
Okay.
My husband and I have just recently purchased the property, and we actually close tomorrow. So we're excited to join the neighborhood and the community. I'll say that I happened to find out about this plan just by driving by the house one day and seeing the sign out front. So I wanted to join today, not to express any opposition. As you know, as I said, we're looking forward to being a part of the community on this street, and we do support in general the proposed renovation at 52 Glenside. I do just want to note one concern about privacy, since the new house will extend 4 meters beyond the rear of our house. And there is, while I do see that there are plans for, some frosted glass in the windows, which we greatly appreciate, there is a 3rd floor patio that's proposed with a glass balcony overlooking our backyard and our bedroom window in particular, in the rear of the house on the 3rd floor. So I just wanted to note that concern, and I would hope that there might be opportunities or options to improve the privacy for the neighbor to the south, which is myself at 50 Glenside.
I see. Do we get that one? Okay, thank you. Let's bring back the applicant to address that privacy issue.
No problem, and thank you very much, Francisca, for your general support of this. Yeah, your concern is noted, and then we can definitely make changes, and we can use privacy screens to make sure that your privacy is being respected, for sure.
Yeah. So that will be, if you put privacy screen, that will be on the south side, right? Yeah.
Or south and west.
South and west.
Yes, I'm just asking.
Yes.
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 Okay.
Yes.
Just wait a sec. So he responded to the privacy. Do we have any more questions to the applicant? No.
The current railing goes to 1.07 meters. Do we require it to go up to 1.5?
Yes. It's just a little higher for the sight line. Yeah. Yeah.
Is that acceptable to the applicant?
Yes, he said yes.
No, it's a question to the applicant. Would that be fine if we impose that condition?
Sorry, the privacy screening requirement is 1.5 meter in height, and also opaque material or screening material. Is that acceptable?
I don't think he can hear you if you're going to speak.
Yeah, I can hear you. Yes, no problem. Yes, we are. We will make the changes accordingly. 1.5 meters and accepted materials for sure.
Okay.
Okay. All right. Any more questions to the applicant? If we do not have any more questions, now we are in committee. Yeah. I think this especially revised the variance 3. I think it's pretty straightforward, and they agreed to have the privacy screen. So do we have a motion here, or we have comments?
No, I think I can put forward a motion.
Yeah, you. Please.
Through you, Madam Chair, I would like to put forward a motion to approve this application, the amended application. Do you want me to repeat the changes?
We got that.
Variance number 3. And also would like to add the condition of putting the privacy screen on the third floor rooftop balcony on the south side of that area, 1.5 meter height. And also, I would like to add a condition of urban forestry condition number 2.
Through the chair, there's also a Metrolinx condition report regarding the warning clause, should the committee wish to impose that.
Yes, I also add the warning clause of the Metrolinx report.
Would you mind if we come out of committee to ask them their thoughts on the Metrolinx?
The warning clause?
Warning clause?
Sure, and staff can also put the warning clause condition on the screen as well.
And I withdraw my motion.
Sorry.
No, it's okay.
I'd just like to know what they think.
We can also ask about the condition of urban forestry because there is a big tree on the backyard. So that's fine if we come out of committee.
The applicant is aware of the Metrolinx report. Yes, let's bring back the applicant. We'd like you to address the Metrolinx. This is a report, a warning clause. Have you studied that? Do you agree that if we're going to include it as one of the conditions for approval? Yeah.
So the first part.
We're okay with it.
Only the warning clause.
Yes, through the chair, it would not be the environmental easement, just the warning clause condition.
Yeah, it's a warning clause. Yeah.
And now that we are out of committee, through you, Madam Chair, can I ask a question from the applicant?
Yeah, sure. But then he hasn't answered the first one. That
he said it's okay.
Oh no, he did.
He did? I didn't hear. Oh, sorry. All right. Sorry. Please ask your question.
So my question is regarding the tree in the backyard. For this construction, will you need to remove trees, privately owned tree in the backyard?
No, we're not cutting trees or anything. No.
So the trees which is located in your backyard will be untouched?
It will be preserved, yes.
Preserved.
Mm-hmm. Okay. All right.
So, if I may, for the privacy screen, is it only to the south side?
Yes, south edge. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, sounds good. Thank you.
All right.
Okay.
So now you can continue.
Perfect.
Yeah.
Through you, Madam Chair, I would like to put forward a motion to approve the amended application. Variance number 3 have been modified to 0.16 meter, and also would like to add a condition of adding the privacy screen along the south side of the rooftop patio or balcony, and also would like to add the warning clause of a Metrolinx report.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
Anyone want?
Well, just to clarify, I think you said rooftop patio, but it's third floor. If we could just clarify that.
Thank you very much. Yes.
Thanks.
Just third floor patio, only on the south side.
That's right.
Yes.
I would second that motion.
And yeah, Peter will second, and all in favor with the amended agenda. All in favor. It's approved. Thank you. Yeah. Okay. Number 17 is 127 Garden Avenue. This is the purpose is to alter the existing two-story townhouse dwelling by constructing a one-story rear addition, and a portion of the existing rear ground deck will be demolished. We received a survey, site plan, floor plans, and elevations, and 6 photographs of the property, and also we received 2 support letters from 125 and 129 Garden Avenue.
Through you, Madam Chair, we have no registered speakers to this item, and we have the agent online.
Thank you.
Dominica, you've been unmuted.
Thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Dominika Kowiaza-Sitka, and I am agent and designer for the project at 127 Garden Avenue. My address is 44 Gladsmore Crescent, Toronto, Ontario.
Okay, thank you. Because you do not have any opposition, I'm going to check whether anyone on a panel wants to have a presentation. No. Okay, we do not have. We do not need a presentation. Do you guys have any questions? We do not have any questions either. So we are ready to move it into discussion. Do you have anything you want to address the panel before we start our discussion?
No, I think that the application is very straightforward, especially that most of the houses on the same street, like immediate houses, have a similar addition. So it's not untypical and pretty much supported by the neighbors. So.
Okay, thank you. Yeah. Now we are in committee. Yeah. Okay, Ms. Gogan. Yeah.
And it's it looks like a very effective way of keeping a very nice piece of property, updating it, keeping it usable for the long term. So I would approve with no conditions.
Yes, Ms. West, second. All in favor with no conditions? All approved unanimously. Thank you very much. It's approved. Yes.
Thank you very much and have a great afternoon.
Yes. Item number 18 is 74 Brunswick Avenue. This is to alter existing 2.5-story semi-detached dwelling by constructing a rear third-floor addition with a roof deck, and on the roof of the existing rear second-story, a rear basement walkout, a rear ground floor deck, and the north side expansion of the front porch. And the existing rear garage will be maintained and unaltered. We have received a survey site plan, floor plan elevations, received a revised site plan, floor plan and elevations, cover letter from the agent, and corresponding from Toronto Building, and a comparable list of the from the agent, and we receive also comment from community as planning staff, report from community planning, and also we have received a letter of interest from 83 Borden Street.
Through you, Madam Chair, we have no registered speakers for this item, and we have the agent online.
Okay.
Good afternoon, Chair.
Yes.
And members of the committee. My name is Gregor Tratnik, presenting on behalf of BG Architects, Inc.
Okay.
Our address is 321 Carlaw Avenue, Unit 203, Toronto, Ontario.
Yeah.
I am the agent representing the property owners at 74 Brunswick Avenue.
That's great.
I can provide a brief presentation if the committee requires one.
I'm going to check first because you do not have any opposition. Let me check with the panel whether they want to have a presentation. No. How about questions? Yes.
I just want to ask if the applicant's aware of the planning staff recommended condition and if they have any position on it.
We have, I'm assuming you're referring to the planning staff recommendation for permeable pavers and the hardscaping. Yeah, we have spoken with planning staff and we are fully amenable to that condition, yes.
Yeah, you're agreeable. Okay, that's good. And any more questions? Okay, we do not have any more questions. We are ready to get into discussion. Do you have anything you want to address the panel first?
No, I'm okay.
Okay, so we are in committee now. Yeah.
I'll put forward a motion.
Yes.
I think these are small variances to sort of like the last application, Mr. Gogan's comments on that, to keep a building up to sort of modern standards and renovate it for future use. So I see it as approvable, and a move to approve it subject to the planning condition.
Okay, Peter, second. All in favor with the one condition, right? All in favor, approved unanimously. Thank you. It's approved with the condition. Yeah. All right, so number 19 is deferred, and then now we are into this afternoon session, right?
Through you, Madam Chair, that's correct. So we have now finished the morning session, and we will be switching over to the 2 p.m. afternoon time slot.
Yes.
So if everyone can please just give us a minute, we will switch to the afternoon session. Thank you.
Okay. Do we have to turn the camera off? No.